first 4 games of this T20I series were held in Kampong. We're back at the Voorburg Cricket Club today in The Hague, and we have a North American battle royale for you. USA against Canada. Canadians coming off their first win of their tour yesterday. Get ready, get set, let's go. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECN Netherlands T20I Tri Series, and it starts right now. Hello to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. Well, I say European cricket, but once again we have a clash between 2 non-European combatants on the network today. It is the USA-Canada clash here. It's match number 5, and the North Americans will be tangling. And really, this series was brought to life yesterday with Canada picking up their first win, not just in this T20 series, but also if you include the 50-over cricket beforehand in the Netherlands, their first win of the tour. So they say a change is as good as a holiday. Well, they kind of had their holiday. They were in Belgium the day before. They came back to Kampong yesterday in Utrecht and got the first win over the Dutch. So this series really has sprung to life now. So I can tell you this pitch for match 5, we're back at Voorburg Cricket Club. And I remember when the 50-over match between these 2 teams was played, over 600 runs. And you can just see it's hard. Okay, a bit of surface cracking there, but it looks a very good batting track to me. I suppose it won't change too much over the day, but perhaps I'd probably be having a hit first. Yesterday we saw it in a bit of a low scoring encounter. In fact, the Dutch over 70 balls without even scoring a boundary at one point as Canada. They had to fight really hard, but you know, 1 in a row, they're off to something, and they would love to get a win over the US. They haven't beaten so far in this tour. I'll also tell you these 2 teams did meet in match 2 on Saturday, and Canada, I actually thought they sticked them pretty well, 169 off their 20 overs, but then the storm rolled in, the rain rolled in, and that was forced to be abandoned. So I thought they were pretty competitive then. I think this could be a really tight contest. Always, of course, a lot of rivalry between these 2 teams that, of course, played the first match of the World Cup recently, but also the first ever international cricket match. Andrew Leonard is standing by, and I know you've got the 2 captains and the ICC match referee there for the toss. Let's see what happens for the toss. USA versus Canada in match 5.
Time for the toss in the penultimate game of the T20I Tri-Series here. It's the Battle of North America, Canada taking on USA. I've got Nicholas Curtin alongside me, the captain of Canada, Manik Patel, the captain of USA, and Mr. Phil Thompson, the ICC match referee. Manik, you got the coin?
Heads. Heads the call.
Heads is called,
And
it comes down as a tail. Manik, you've won the toss. What are you going to do, please, and why?
We're going to bat first. Looks like a very dry surface. It might spin in the second innings, and I think with a little bit of inexperienced bowling side, we want to make sure we put on a good score and give them a chance to defend.
I think you were pretty open and honest the other day. That was a poor performance, wasn't it? You've had a day off yesterday. Did you train? Did you just take some time away? And how will you turn things around today?
I mean, yeah, we enjoyed our day off. You know, we had a relaxed day off, and everyone looks in a good mental state, and it's a good opportunity for us to bounce back and make sure the brand of cricket we want to play, and we play the best cricket.
Are you thinking about winning the series here? To do that, you'd have to win the last 2 games?
Definitely, yeah. I just got to know, we have a chance to win the series, so we'll just take one game at a time, and make sure we play some good cricket today.
Okay, final question. I heard some applause in the team huddle. Is there a change in your team and potential debutant?
Yes, Sai comes in place of Yasser.
Okay, best of luck, Manik. Thanks so much. That's Saiteja Mukamala coming in for his T20I debut. Nick, they're going to bat first. What would you have done?
Yeah, we would have had a bat first as well. It looks a good pitch, a little dry, so probably going to be a little bit of assistance for the spinners.
Okay, big win yesterday, and finally you tasted win as a captain for the first time, and also the first win on the tour. Very difficult to back that up 2 wins in 2 days. How are your team going to try and do it?
Yeah, just obviously try to focus on what we did well yesterday. I think obviously we know where we can improve, especially in the batting in the top order. So when we get a chance to bat second, I guess the main thing will be the start, but just for the bowlers to try to do what they did yesterday.
Okay, what about your team? Any changes to your starting 11?
Yeah, we have 2 changes today. So Dilpreet Bajwa in for Rayan Pathan, and then Kanwar Paul in for his debut for Ravindra Paulson.
Okay, mate, best of luck. Nice to see you as always. Okay, that's the news from the middle. Manik Patel, USA, they've won the toss. They're going to have a bat first.
Thanks very much, Andrew Leonard. News from the toss. I think both teams were pretty keen to have a hit on this track. Looks pretty flat to me. We're at the Voorburg Cricket Ground here, just outside The Hague in the Netherlands, and it's Game 5 of this ECN Netherlands T20I Tri-Series. Well, the Dutch, they fell to their first loss, not just of this series, but also of the 50-over portion of the tour. So, yeah, their first slip up in Canada, kind of flying high, 1-1-1. And you can see USA without a win yet. These two teams actually did play in match 2. Canada scored 169, but weren't able to actually have any second innings in that game. USA would have been chasing 170, but the rain came, and it came pretty hard. Yeah, great to see. It's great when you see new players, and so Teja Mukamala gets his opportunity. He's listed to open for the USA in this innings. Obviously, both teams had their high points at the World Cup, which was, it's actually now around about 2 months ago that we had that 20-over World Cup. USA, they retain favouritism. That's despite Canada's first win yesterday, 56%, but it does show you it's expected to be quite a good contest. And of course, these two teams, they did meet in the opening match of the T20 World Cup recently, and that was a cracking game, really high scoring. Aaron Jones, well, that's an innings for the ages, isn't it? And of course, he is on the park for the USA today. He's listed to bat number 4. So umpires heading out, and the 2 USA openers are heading out as well. Mukamala will be out there with his captain, Manak Patel. And my partner for today in match 5 is none other than Andrew Leonard. Well, welcome to Voorburg Cricket Club again.
Yeah, great to be back. Was here for the start of the ODI series. Was here in May for a fantastic Netherlands, Ireland and Scotland tri-series. It really enthralled us ahead of the World Cup, and great to see it on a picture-perfect day. It is idyllic today, Vinny. You cannot think of a better day to be playing cricket anywhere in the world, really. 23, 24 degrees centigrade, probably about pushing up towards close to 80 Fahrenheit for those watching on from North America. And
we're in the Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
This is the Goldilocks zone. And yes, it's probably not, low 70s, I'd say.
Maybe low 70s, yeah. I'm not great on that.
I quite like it. I mean, I'm not bilingual, but I'm bi-temperatural.
75, yeah, 75. That's a bit more like it. 75 Fahrenheit, 24 Celsius. Just beautiful. So Teja Mukamala, big day for him. He's played lots of ODI cricket, hasn't been given his chance yet in the T20Is. And, well, we spent the majority of the first 2 games that USA played in this series saying we couldn't understand how they kept picking 6 bowlers and how they were having either Van Skelkwijk or Harmeet Singh batting at 6. It was far too high, we felt, so they've gone with the extra batter today, and it means that Yasser Mohammed misses out. Also a T20I debut for Kanwarpal Tathgor, who had, well, maybe one of the most unique ODI debuts you'll ever see. He fielded and then didn't bat because he was replaced as a concussion substitute, having had a heavy fall in the field. But he's good to go. Good to see him in the T20Is, and both of the, I guess, very inexperienced players from Canada retain their place. Akhil Kumar, we'll see him with the ball and bat, and then Parveen Kumar bowled so well yesterday. All of those, between the 3 of them, have played less than half a dozen T20s.
So they should be fresh, considering, and I think mentally they'll just feel a bit of a weight off their shoulders after picking up the first win yesterday. Okay, I would have batted 2. I think both teams wanted to, but what we do see is the opening attack that I think were quite impressive, as I say, for Canada first up. Let's actually see if they can make some inroads into this USA lineup. Got to say, I loved the Sana Express yesterday. Came up with a couple of wickets at the back end of the innings with some cracking Yorkers. I think we'll have a better idea what this pitch is going to do after the first few overs. This is not just a new pitch, but it's new ground compared to yesterday. We're returning to Voorburg Cricket Club, where some of the 50-over games did take place. Manak Patel ready to face the first ball of match 5. And, well, Patel able to negotiate the first ball from Sana.
Yeah, it should be a really good contest, this. I would expect nothing else than a tightly fought one. That's usually very much been the case, but in recent times, it's been all USA. The head-to-head record has been very heavily skewed by 5 consecutive victories for USA in this format. 4 of them were in that T20I series in Texas in April, and then the big one at the World Cup. So the last 5, they've all gone to the Stars and Stripes.
Sana bowled with good pace yesterday. Probably don't know if we'll get the same amount of sideways movement on this track as to the one yesterday. The pitch yesterday probably wasn't quite as hard as this. And it was being used for the first time, and in fact, the only time in the series. I remember you were saying yesterday that the Netherlands coach Ryan Cook said he had no objection to changing the pitch, and the ground staff wanted to use it. I wonder if he lived to regret that decision.
Well, I think he has, isn't he? Because the Dutch looked untouchable on the better batting surface, and you can't really blame the ground staff. They'd probably 16, 18 hours to turn that pitch around with an earlier start the following day, and then all that thunderstorm rain from 2 days prior. But what I'd expect from these pitches here, one of the things you have to remember, in May we played on the hybrids.
Yeah.
Neither of the games, the final 2 matches this series, will be played on hybrids. The reason why, the only way you're allowed to play on hybrids by the ICC is if both sides agree, and neither USA nor Canada wanted to play on the hybrids, having never played on them, which again I thought was a bit strange. So that was the case during the ODIs. It means that we're actually on the same surface that we played on in the third and final ODI at this venue. That was a really high scoring one. So yeah, it should be a good batting surface. You'll expect maybe the occasional one to keep a tiny bit low, but there's not going to be anything outrageous in terms of bounce or pace that we saw in VOC. And you would imagine, particularly winning the toss and batting first, that USA will want sort of 160 plus.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I actually saw that one probably keep down a little bit as well. Brand new ball sometimes hits the seam a bit funny. That could just be a bit of natural variation. Patel faces up again. Again, this one keeps a fraction low. Interesting for me, they took this floating slip out and put him into a cover. And I don't know whether that's just in reaction to that ball not bouncing so much, thinking there might be a misjudge or mistimed drive on the up rather than an edge that might actually carry the slip.
Yeah, it's been a touch exaggerated, hasn't it, by Mayank Patel. I'm not sure that's kept that low. He's trying to come forward to a ball that's sort of back of a length. You're probably not going to get them carrying through the way they did at VOC. It was remarkable what Van Meekeren got out of that surface in particular. But Patel, who's good on the front foot and good on the back, he is yet to get bat on ball on anything.
Whacked away by Mayank Patel and holding up, but we will get our first boundary of the game, going up and over the offside.
Yeah, one of his favourite zones. That's more where you want to be. Getting forward, getting good elevation into the stroke. He's intentionally gone over the top. So it's a ring field in the offside, but with Johnson having been in so close to the catching cover, he's now been dropped back to the edge of the circle. He knows, gets it over his head, should get 4. The outfield's quick. Voorberg, Vinny, it looks a picture today. It really does. One of the prettiest grounds going around the associate circuit, this one.
Tries the same shot, but clunks it off the inside half of the bat. Reasonable first over for Sana, as USA fought without loss after 1.
Yeah, series very much on the line, Vinny. For USA, you could see almost the shock from Mayank Patel when I asked him if he was going to try and still win the series. He said, oh, he'd only just been reminded about it. He'd been told that, okay, well, actually, because Canada won yesterday, if USA win today and win tomorrow, they'll actually get to the top of the table. They'd finish with 5 points. The Dutch, who'd been untouchable, would be stranded on 4 after winning the first 2 games of the contest. And same for Canada. If Canada can win today and the Dutch beat USA tomorrow, all 3 teams can still win this tri-series, which is great to see.
Yeah, I think it's a great result for the competition. Obviously not a great result for the Dutch, who just have the 1 game now where they will certainly get the opportunity to win the tri-series, but it just shows you how quickly things can change in this series. It's only 6 matches between 3 teams. Each team plays 4, of course. Dylan Haviger, I thought he bowled really well yesterday as well. The Pacers kind of bowled well for Canada without doing too much. They were able to get the wicket of O'Dowd, but then it was the spinners through the middle overs that really choked that Dutch innings. Mukamala faces his first ball in the T20 International. He negotiates it without incident.
Yeah, I think plenty in American cricket were a little surprised to see the 20-year-old not given a single ODI, given that USA hadn't played an ODI all the way since the Cricket World Cup qualifier in Zimbabwe last year prior to this tour. And down there, he generally looked pretty good. He made a 50 against Ireland. He had scored 100 in a warm-up game against the Tuskers down in Bulawayo.
Drives on the up, and he's got his first runs now in T20Is. It's a stylish shot through the covers for 4 runs.
Yeah, an outstanding stroke from Mukamala. Also made his maiden ODI 100. That came against the UAE in Windhoek in March last year. That was in the Cricket World Cup qualifier playoff. So he's a talented young kid, as is Sanjay Krishnamurthy, who I thought we might see in this tour given his good form in Major League Cricket. But ultimately, they've gone with Mukamala. It's taken them 7 games to get him into the team, and he's finally in action.
Yeah, well, it is the last game they'll play on this tour, of course. Pitched up and heading towards the stumps, but I think just slipping down the leg side. And getting that one to move slightly into the debutant. I want to say a quick hello to everyone in the chat as well. And if you want to get involved in the conversation, please do. ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. I know we're also on Willow TV in North America, so hello to all of those viewers over there. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and Andrew Leonard, my commentary partner today. Goes up and over the top. That's a powerful strike from Mukamala. No signs of nerves. Good things come to those who wait, and he's got 2 boundaries in his first over on strike.
Well, there'll be a few fans, particularly on the east coast of the United States, where Saiteja comes from, going, why have they waited this long? He's such a talent, a precocious talent, 20 years old. And for me, Vinny, this wouldn't be the better of his 2 formats. Probably be a bit more of an ODI player. But you've seen already, bat on ball, and what a flying start.
Haliger might have enjoyed that. Gets another crack at the youngster. Tempted Yorker, flicked away, finds the fielder at 45. And hobbles after that one. But yeah, I want to say a quick hello to Terry Richmond watching from down under, and also to Wayne. A few people asking, is this the same pitch as yesterday? Well, just repeating, it's not at the same venue as yesterday, although these teams have played here earlier in this tour.
One thing I will say, Vinny, is great credit, though, to now they've called Mukamala in, giving him the chance at the top rather than batting him 6 or 7 in what can be a very, very difficult position, maybe the hardest in T20I cricket. Give him a chance at the top. Ball comes on to the bat nicely. You've got a fast outfield, only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle, and a lovely little start for him.
Jumps across to the offside and flicks it stylishly through the leg side. Monak Patel, well, he joins the party in the second. Haliger gets expensive for Canada. And the US are 17 without loss after 2.
Yeah, nice wrists from Monang Patel. Not the correct line or length from Haliger. Haliger's better when he's pounding away back of a length. But one of the big factors today for me, Vinny, we saw it a little bit with the Dutch, albeit later in the match. Yesterday they got off to a hot start. They reduced Canada to 35 for 6. But the 2 matches in 2 days is really, really difficult. It's hard on the body. The intensity of the modern T20I game means that, okay, you might not think 2 T20Is in 2 days is much, but having gone through the recoveries last night, they'll have, 16, 17 hours to turn around and turn up here and try and beat USA. USA had a day off yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, big difference, big difference.
Well, I mean, Canada had the good fortune after having a bit of a travelling day to come back and find some success. USA, I believe they spent some time in Amsterdam yesterday.
Yeah, if you're following the guys on the socials, the entire squad, not just 2 or 3 of them as had been the way at some points during the tour. Everyone got up, all met in Amsterdam, or got the train from Den Haag Central Station up to Amsterdam Central. Lots of photos by the river boats, by the canals. I think they might have got onto a boat at some point too. And it's just a great city to have a walk around. Well, the whole country is a great place, but Amsterdam has its unique charms.
Definitely does. Hisana again played through the point region, and this is to be a test for the outfield. Running away, and well, if this was baseball, it's strike 1, strike 2, you're out. Somehow he hasn't made any contact, and USA, fortunately for them, will get another 4 runs.
Well, what a lovely shot, firstly. Not the greatest piece of fielding. Kaleem Sanneh getting the, what's that one? The The butterfly stroke out.
I thought it was more. I
crawl.
thought it was more the 200 metres individual medley, because there was a few different strokes at that ball, wasn't there? But couldn't quite get there.
The best stroke of the lot, though, was the one from Mukamala. Again, pierces the gap with expert precision. A tight gap between backward point and point. And look at the way he's never really tried to hit that with any extravagance. Just timed it. And this is the quality of the youngster. So much young talent coming up in USA, and that is one of the balancing acts they have. Because they've got all these players who are coming in and wanting to go on and represent the United States internationally, the Harmeet Singhs, the Van Schalkwijks, but the young homegrown talent too. It's so pure.
Round the wicket now, Sana. This ball fly down to deep third. But that's the thing with Sana, he's giving you pace to work with, and I do think it's just a different time of the season now compared when I was here last, at least, was in May, and I know we had some issues there with rain affecting things and probably slowing this outfield down a touch, but that one did run away quite quickly to the rope.
And you think of some of the young names that have come through. Rahul Jarawala is another one who, he wasn't just the leading run scorer, Vinny, at an under-19 nationals. He was a leading run scorer full stop at that USA National Championships. I think he was 17 at the time. He was thrown into international cricket. Didn't have a huge amount of success, but you'd like to think he's got time to come back. Vatsal Vaghela, Sanjay Krishnamurthy had an excellent major league this season. There's plenty of talent coming through the academies all across the country.
Takes this on and gets a fair piece of it over the leg side. That'll pitch and run to the boundary. So Patel warming up. Sana tried that round the wicket tactic, probably a bit earlier than he planned to. Patel takes advantage of the angle.
Well, what a stylish stroke this is. It's hit up into the air again intentionally. Patel, you think of his batting, you think of him in ODI cricket as being a stroke maker along the ground, but his game has evolved, particularly in the T20 format, and he doesn't mind going at it through the air in these first six, taking advantage of those fielding restrictions. They might have to think about bringing deep third up here, Vinny, because at the moment I'm not sure what the bowling plan is. There's a ring field of 4. Can't have been the length that was planned.
Oh, it gets full, but this is going to curve away from the keeper. I think this is going to be 4 byes.
Yeah, that was the length that they were planning to bowl. And for the first time, really in the entire series, Sherry Asmov has made an error with the gloves. He's been so good across these games. Just notice Mayank Patel batting in sunglasses. Don't see that too often.
It's a very run out.
Very glary day.
Watch this swing after the stumps, though, about here. And it doesn't look like a lot on TV. But I think that actually Mo was taken a step or two up because a couple of balls didn't carry to him. And so he just didn't have enough reaction time really there to deal with that late curve. He has had a good series. But USA turning this into quite a bright start. And we didn't see them with the bat at all against Canada on Saturday night.
Again, that's for me just a factor of the 2 games in 2 days. Mova just that little bit slower than he had been. I know he'd come up a step, as you rightly spotted. But his glove work's been immaculate.
They say can't drop what you don't touch. It was one of those ones, wasn't it?
He didn't get anything on it. This is a hot start, though. Really is. And I've been impressed. If you're wondering about the dimensions at the ground, well, big shout out to Tom de Groot, the former Dutch international, who's now the head groundsman here at the Voorburg CC. So as we're looking now from this is the paddock end of the ground. Straight down the ground is going to be about 77 metres, 72 and 73 to long off and long on. Now the square boundaries are much shorter. So you're going to look at 63, 64, little bit shorter out towards the leg side from Mayank Patel, out towards the Kingma household. And then actually the best place of the lot to probably target and hit today is straight down the ground from the other end, which will be about 59 metres, although that's not from the middle of the ground. So maybe add 5 to that or add 7 to that. It's probably 66 metres, something like that.
Yeah, get value for your strokes. If you can middle the ball today, last ball the third. Up in the block hole, end of the over from Sana and USA. 30 without loss after 3. Once again, I want to give a bit of a well wish to Wayne, who's one of our regular viewers, and he's in the chat right now. Wayne unfortunately had quite a nasty accident that involved a chainsaw today, but he has assured me that he's got all his fingers on, just a few stitches. But hello to you, Wayne. Sending you all the best from everyone here at ECN, and I'm also pretty interested if you're watching from North America, if you'd like to get into the chat, ECN European Cricket Network, you can have a 2-way conversation with us. And also, special welcome to everyone watching on Willow TV in that part of the world.
Yeah, very good morning. Very early over there. What time is it? Let's work this out.
8:15 on the east.
East Coast, yeah.
5:15
out in the West Coast.
Might be a few people just coming home, celebrating the pre-match party for match 5.
Monday night, the Monday Night Club in San Francisco.
So this is, if you really want to stretch it, I know they love the Monday night football. Monday night cricket, live on ECN.
Get the floodlights into Vorberg.
A very, very long night.
Spin already into the attack for Canada.
Well, it's quite an early move to spin, isn't it? They only give one over to Haliger there.
Not sure if that carried, Vinny. It looked really tight, didn't it?
I thought it was just short. Let's have a look. Oh, actually, I think it does. Up and over the top. This time by Mukamala. He might have been a tad fortunate to still be there, but he'll pick up another boundary straight beautifully through the cover region.
I think that's carried, Vinny, the previous ball. Attempt to overhit. He's a very compact batter. Keeps everything very simple. Hasn't he looked good so far? Striking at 200 to go with it. Haliger comes up at mid-on into the circle, and back goes the sweeper on the offside. Badra, he's more of a backward point than a deep point than a deep cover. So 4 on the off, 5 on the leg.
This one will be straight away. Chats of 2 here. They'll get it fairly comfortably. It's got to be a bit nerve-wracking, though. I think you're on the whole tour. You know, you're going to get one chance with the bat. I do agree. I like the move to get him up there, opening the batting. I think probably can't be good for the nerves if you're sitting with the pads on. And who knows if you even get an opportunity in that situation.
Well, and that's the thing. If you come in for 10 balls at the end, it's kind of a, what's your best case scenario? 20 not out off 10. You know, the more likely is you get caught in the deep trying to clear one of the 5 fielders out at that stage. So give him his chance to show what he can do. House has that flexibility to bat at number 3. It's something he's done a lot, whether it be in franchise cricket or the domestic circuit in the United States. Has done it a bit internationally too.
Up and over the top. Just creeps over mid-on. That's Haliger. Once again, they'll come back another couple.
Gets a bit lucky this time because it's off the toe, Vinny. But again, I like the shot choice. He knows it's in the power play. Knows Thacker's not going to cut him in half with a sharp turning off spinner. And he knows that mid-on has come up. So Haliger's a big man, but he just does enough to get it over his head. This has been a bit of an exhibition from the 20-year-old. Nice use of the wrist there. And this will run away. In fact, it'll run away for 4. So I'm liking what I'm seeing as far as this outfield is travelling right now. Mukamala looks right at home at the top of the order. Brilliant shot. Put that one down for the Garden State. The man from New Jersey has played, well, for me, the shot of the day. That is all class. That is all style. Just a whip of the wrists. No more than that. USA off to a hot start. Off to a flyer. They're going at over 10 and over. And they are thinking maybe about 200 plus with a start like this. Superb. Really impressed.
We have to be eyeing that up, and I think it's just what the doctor ordered for the USA. Mentioned we didn't see them with the bat last time out against Canada due to the rain. Manik Patel looked reasonably assured there as well. It must be nice for Mukamala to have the captain at the other end as well in his T20 international debut. Interesting now they're going to make double switch to spin. So they've obviously made the decision that the paces aren't really the answer. Pavin bowled incredibly well yesterday. He's going to bowl from that far end. Cracked away off the back foot, and that'll be another boundary. What a start this is for USA.
Well, they're flying, aren't they? And right now, they are taking Canada to task. This is a bit more like the Canada we've seen at stages throughout this tour. They've gone a bit flat. It's so difficult with back-to-back T20s. It really is. 2 games in 2 days at any level is tough. The international level, fiercely difficult, and they just look a bit tired, don't they? It's a good surface, there's no doubt. We thought there'd be plenty of runs in it. And USA, well, expected score 179. I want more than that, Vinny.
6-3 field, 6 on the offside. He's in towards the stumps, but I think it's a fairly healthy inside edge on that.
Can't think of too many batters at the top level who bat in sunglasses, but Manik Patel has got them on. Look at that, the wraparounds, the Oakleys or whatever they are underneath the helmet there.
I remember Asanka Gurusinha of Sri Lanka in the 90s. He would even bat in the sunglasses at night, under the lights. Hits the pad once again. Seems like it's heading down the leg side. I mean, to me, it makes sense if you wear them in the field, and obviously cuts out a degree of glare out there. It's a strange thing because sunglasses, I mean, they weren't really a part of the game for hundreds of years, and they've come in. Obviously, bowling in them can be a bit inconvenient if you're a faster bowler, but I don't really see a problem with the batting in the shades.
Chris Gale used to do it quite a bit as well. Ashley Giles used to bowl in them. Plenty of people bowl in them these days, but you just don't see many batting in them. It's the kind of thing that if you get out for a low score, you'll probably get a little sledge as you go off. If you get a big one, no one can say anything to you.
Gives himself a little bit of room this time, Patel. Yeah, but isn't that just a convention thing? Isn't there any logic? To me, it's quite it's quite logical.
No logic.
This is a glary type ground on a day like
it's
today
very
as well.
bright today. Yeah, very bright. It's beautiful, and there's barely anything but a couple of puffy white clouds in the distance in the sky. So, yeah, look, if it's going to help you pick up the ball, they'd probably be polarised, the lenses, I'd imagine.
Pretty tidy over there by Parveen Kumar. End of the 5th, and USA 46 without loss. Yeah, unless there's something like, a little bit of rain around or something like that, you might need the windscreen wipers on there. I don't think that you're going to be wearing them in that circumstance. Remember Dean Jones, when he first started wearing sunglasses, gave them to the umpire. It was a game where he actually bowled, and he says, well, I'll take your cap, but I'm not taking the sunglasses. That was back in 1989. This is the state of play here in the 6-match series. Canada shaking things up with that win yesterday.
Yeah, big time. And look, it's blown this T20I Tri-Series wide open. We don't have a final, just have the straight 6 matches, and whoever's on top of the table at the end will take the plaudits, take the trophy. The net run rate is not going to come into play, Vinny. In fact, there's no way it comes into play without a washout. Even if we have a tie, we'll go to a super over, and then we'll get a winner ultimately from what could be multiple super overs. The weather is set fair today. It's set fair tomorrow too. In fact, could be the best day of the whole tour tomorrow. They're talking about 28, 29 degrees. So, look, for me, I would still make the Netherlands favourites, particularly with USA having to play 2-2 here to finish. But the whole thing's still wide open as Hayliger comes back in.
Yeah, interesting that they just switch it up for the 1 over at that end as well. So Canada ringing the changes early.
It's a better length. That's the length that Hayliger has to bowl. He got 2 full, didn't he, in his first over? No Jeremy Gordon today. I thought we might have seen the final appearance of the tour for the veteran. The other surprise for USA is still no Utkarsh Shrivastava, the 17-year-old who's carried the drinks the entire tour.
Fraction short and a blast there from Mukamala, and that's going to go all the way. Maximo! What a strike from the opener.
Isn't there a lot to like about this youngster? That isn't even that short, is it? He's picked it up from kind of a just above hip height, rocks onto the back foot, the forward press initially, then gets more than enough of it to recognise the length, knows there's no one in the deep on the leg side, gets it all the way. 50 partnerships come up in just 32 deliveries, and most of it's thanks to this 20-year-old on your screen, Saiteja Mukamala.
Now he'll get another couple, just jabbed into the gap. Well, I said a couple, running away. It will be another 4, rolls into the rope. So how about that? This outfield is lightning quick.
And this timing is pure. It's as good as we've seen on the entire trip. Eat your heart out, Aaron Johnson or Scotty Edwards. That's just a push. It's no more than that, but that's all you need to do when there's pace on the ball. Find the gap. And even Curtin, with his athleticism, can't cut that off. Yes, the square boundary is short enough. It's probably 62, 63 metres to that little area over there. But Mukamala, well, where has he been? And why has he not been in the 11?
Certainly has looked right at home so far. Second time we've seen a swipe go wrong in the field. Now we'll get to the other end with a single. As you're wondering so far, with no gremlins in the pitch, how much you'd be looking at getting. I agree. At the moment, the 200 plus is on. I suppose we also saw yesterday turning points within innings, and obviously coinciding with the arrival of new players at the crease. I suppose Canada, they can kind of get things back under control with a wicket or two. Change the narrative here. Oh, popped up in the air. Simple catch. And it's the end of Patel. Looks a bit soft, doesn't it? Ball never really quite came the way he thought. Sad Bin Zafar does the rest. And there's that wicket for Canada. USA 57 for 1.
Which one of the Canadians is going to run by and say, how are those sunglasses helping you now, Monank? Someone will, I can assure you. Might even be one of the subfielders coming on. Ravinder Pal Singh might just have a little word on the way off. Here you go. He's disgusted with himself. It was just a good delivery, wasn't it? Thudded into the pitch. Exactly what Hayligger's strong at. Squares Monank Patel. All ends up. I'm not exactly sure where he's trying to score here, Vinny. I think he's trying to get a move on, and he's aware of the fact that he's behind the strike rate he'd like to be at. He was less than a run a ball on what looks like a very good batting surface. So I think he's just got maybe a bit flustered, not knowing what to do. Squared up. Gives it away. And ultimately, he's gone. Good reward for Hayligger. And now concern. And the concern, there is that stroke. It's a nothing stroke. Nicholas Curtin is trudging off the field alongside the physio. He's the man who just tried to effect the stop in the deep. He might have landed on the rope, did he?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe just kind of overstretched his shoulder. He's not moving a lot, that right arm. Well, hopefully it's nothing too serious, because he's a key member of that batting lineup that we'll see in the second half. Yeah, I think with that shot from Patel, he's just looking to work it leg side, and then the ball squared him up a little bit. Let's have a look at what's going on here. Certainly
might be the left shoulder he's kind of holding more, is it?
Doesn't look too natural the way the shoulders are moving. That's all the way he's walking. But we'll try and get to the bottom of that. Hayligger comes back for his second one over spell and breaks his opening partnership. Andries Gauss is the new batter coming in at 3. This one hits him on the back pad and wasn't too far away. Hayligger with a successful over. End of the power play. USA 58 for 1.
Yeah, I think height is the issue here. It's the thigh pad it's hit, and House will have had his heart absolutely in his mouth for a moment, because that isn't altogether dissimilar to the one that he was giving out LBW to Kyle Klein. It's actually very similar. I'll tell you something, that's really close. And House got one that he didn't like off Kyle Klein in the Netherlands-USA game. It's incredibly similar.
It's very close. And I think I can understand there's an element of doubt with the height. Hits him top of the pad, but it does hit him on the crease. It hits him back pad as well. Umpire had some doubt in his mind whether it was going to take the top of the stumps or not. But 50-50, I think, going the way of the USA. Mukamala will face up as Parveen will continue. That's certainly one, I think, if you did have the DRS available, you're probably going upstairs on that if you're the fielding team, and it would have been an interesting result. House actually, after the leg bye, to get his innings started, will be facing up. Hello to Nate, who's watching from Tennessee. Nice to see you, Nate. So one thing I actually really like, Lenny, is that we have quite a few viewers on ECN that are regular viewers that are in the USA and Canada, or Canada. And they're all tuning in. Great to see them in the chat. And they're really, really proud to have their teams on the network. And so I know that Nate's been following cricket for a couple of years now, just kind of stumbled onto it. I remember a tournament in Barcelona that he got involved and got quite interactive. I know that Tripp's watching from Virginia as well. I think they'll be pretty happy with this start from USA. House might get a run here. Slight change in the tide at the moment. Mukamala has just been starved of the strikers a little bit as well towards the end of that power play.
Yeah, funny how quickly T20Is can change, isn't it? You look at the way Mukamala's playing and the fluency that he's timing the ball with. You're thinking this is a great surface. There's a lot of power in the American batting lineup. Andreas House is so good against anything short. Aaron Jones picks up that slog sweep very well. Nitish Kumar has all his class to show as well. And then we'll see Jahangir back to number 6 instead of the number 5 he played at 2 days ago. But what they've found by bringing Parveen Kumar into the team, I know Sad bin Safar was the player of the match rightly yesterday, but Parveen Kumar's 4 overs were exceptional. They really changed the course of the game. I know there's another left arm spinner back in Canada who we saw on the tour of Nepal. He's not able to get in the squad at the moment, so they do have a bit of depth in that position. There's just a general, I don't want to say weakness against left arm spin, but I want to say there's a general strength of left arm spinners bowling at the top associate level. 7 gone 60 for 1. So in maybe some of the full member nations, you won't tend to see 2 dedicated left arm off spinners in the team, but a lot of that's to do with the quality of left-handed batters that, you know, the likes of a David Miller, South Africa, will come in and tear you apart if you bowl left arm spin to him. But at this level, I think 2 left arm spinners is a really good play. Bowl 8 of your 20 overs with left arm spin, taking the ball away from the top order. Think of the left-handers in the USA team.
Yeah.
They don't come in till 7, 8, 9. So you've got Van Schalkwyk, you've got Harmeet Singh, but the top 6, they're all right-handed. So exploit that, and it's a really good matchup. We'll see Sad bin Safar ball now. What these 2 will try to do is replicate what they did yesterday. Don't even need to do it to the same extreme, but if they can just continue to stifle that run-scoring rate, it'll bring Canada into the contest.
Saad was absolutely fantastic yesterday, wasn't he? Player of the match, rescued his team with the bat. One stage they were 35 for 6 Canada, and then bowled them to victory as well. Yeah, it's a very baseball-like mentality. If you look at baseball and the fact that, you know, depending on the amount of left-handers in a team's lineup, managers will tend to favour either left or right-handed pitchers, and will even make switches very, very quickly. So cricket's a bit more difficult in that you can't really make substitutions generally once the game's underway. But I agree, horses for courses, and that control of a finger spin, but the ability to move the way from the right-hander, that's the key. Corey will tell you that he thinks left arm spin's a bit of a cheat code at the associate level. He said, I'll have as many as you can. I know he operates with 2 or even 3. And you do sometimes run into, especially with player depth, obviously this level's a level above some of the European countries that I would cover, but sometimes they might have 11 right-handers in the lineup. You know, he'll play 3.
And then you can maybe look at bowling 12 overs a left arm spin. That was at a catchable height, but House has started slowly here. He's been fortunate to get away with that LBW decision that went his way this time. And it looks to me as though they've done their homework on him, because they're not giving him pace on the ball, which he loves, taking the pace off. And there's just a bit of pressure building on the man who's had such a good start to international cricket.
This one just kind of bites into him. Didn't know too much about it off the inside edge. He'll get a couple. Mikhail's just biding his time at the moment. No real signs that he wants to take the bowling on.
He just looks out of rhythm to me as well. This is where I'm all for specialisation in terms of, you know, if you have a specialist T20 player who comes in, fantastic. But this is where it's tricky on tours like this. So for Andrews House, he's come in only for the T20I leg. Now, the official USA Cricket press release said that he missed the ODI tour because of paternity leave, as Sarv Netravalkar's missed the whole tour. But you come in for just the T20s. You only have 4 potential at-bats. And again, he's a specialist batter. He does keep wicket too, although Malang Patel, for some reason, is keeping the gloves off him right now. First game was washed out. Second game, he's given out LBW. He wasn't overly happy about it. Today, he could have been given out LBW. If he was, all of a sudden, he's got 1 innings left in the tour. And you can be, you know, everyone goes, oh, well, House is horribly out of form. He didn't bat in the first game.
It's a brutal game, cricket, not just this form cricket, but sometimes it's even worse than the longer formats. You have to wait days and days and days for a bat. End of the 8th over, 68 for 1. But I remember Greg Chappell went through a terrible run of form where he kept making ducks, and they said, well, how's your form? And he says, well, I don't really know. I haven't batted enough to know. As cricketers all know, sometimes the way you feel and your scores don't necessarily correlate. Mikhail, at least he has, you know, survived that early scan. He has an opportunity. He's got time to bat as well. Still 12 overs left in this first innings. So does Zach Kemp. Nice to have you in with us. And Julian Dawson saying good afternoon. He's watching from the UK. Third over coming up for Parveen Kumar.
And then what you tend to get is you get the people who just look at the scorecards and go, oh, well, House isn't playing well at the moment, or House is out of form, and that isn't actually necessarily a fair or true reflection. The other thing you have to remember, if you're doing your job properly in the top 3 in T20I cricket, you have to take risk.
Definitely.
So when you're taking risk, you're sometimes going to get out. That's the very nature of it. You're trying to hit a 6 into an area where fielders may be.
Sets himself to go over mid-wicket, and it's a good strike from Mukamala. He's kind of been left on the shelf a little bit, but he still looks like he's got that touch. Moves to 46.
Well, this is brilliant innovation, use of the crease and identification of the field. So he said, hold on, where am I getting a boundary here? Because we need one. Because the dots had just built up and the pressure had started to pile a little bit on USA. So he goes deep in his crease, he takes the risk getting over the head of the mid-wicket fielder. Massive gap between long on and deep mid-wicket, who now is forced to come a little straighter, and it could allow Mukamala to take the sweep on.
Yeah, it's a good shot. Just feels very comfortable, I think, at the moment, but I suppose House hasn't really been able to provide the kind of support that he would have liked so far runs-wise. But we talked about the importance of partnerships yesterday for Canada. It was their 7th wicket partnership that made all the difference in the game. House has a go over mid-wicket as well and pops it even further. Maximo says Carreras with Kumar just getting a little bit short, and House, well, that was out of the middle.
This is a trademark stroke. Anything short, he will punish all day. He'll either pull or cut you. That's gone a long way, hasn't it? And again, really, with not a huge amount of a backswing or a particularly large amount of effort, he's a very strong man. And he's kind of got away with a slow start here. Now he's up and running. That could be ominous for Canada.
Yeah, that's the thing about Andres House. He really didn't swing too hard at that. It was just all timing. Oh, the dreaded briefcase has come out. A sign that ball has gone a long way. Of course, we've got the kind of canal straight down the ground towards us here at this end. That's one thing about Netherlands. There's a fair bit of water around, and a few cricket balls find their way into the streams.
And the umpires here will go through the process of trying to get a ball that is replicating one that's 8-9 overs old.
They might have found the original, actually, so they might halt the search for a second. Just when they found the one they're happy to go with. But they'll check out that original ball, seeing they haven't actually used this new one yet, and they'll probably just make sure there's no damage that would make it unfit for play.
Be interesting to see if Rizwan Akram does go to the one that they think they found.
Yeah. Rizwan's walking to the far end here. He's about to get the original one and say, hey. But the way he's holding it, I wonder if that has gotten wet.
It's probably got wet.
Yeah.
Now, what they do in club cricket here is that you have to continue playing with it. It's the international game, and Rizwan Akram's going to have a decision to make here. And he's got a bit wet there, is he?
Wow.
Has he been in the canal? He's fished it out.
Somebody get a towel.
Let's hope he hasn't been stung. Might have got some nettles or something.
I know you left us just before the Dutch club finals day when we were here last time. There was a lot of rain and there was a huge puddle over there, and the ball went right in the middle, and there was a whole drama where they had to build a kind of little bridge and everything to get it. And in the end, it looks like are they going with the original one, or are they going?
Don't know. We missed that because we got stuck looking at Kalim Sana, who looks like he's had maybe a nettle sting.
It looks like he's been bitten by a jellyfish.
Yeah.
Okay.
All happening.
Welcome to the Netherlands. And his bowling hand, it doesn't look like anything.
Yeah, nettles. Looks like nettles to me. Well, the things you go through as an associate cricketer. Bit of a break in play. USA have just found their momentum again with 2 boundaries in the over off Kumar.
Kumar can't afford to be short again. Makes the adjustment. Yeah, so back then eventually one of the players went in. He was pretty much up to his knees in water, picked up the ball. The whole thing took about 10 minutes. Threw it to the umpire, said, oh no, we can't use this. And they changed the ball. So it just shows you no good deed goes unpunished. End of the 9th over, and USA are 80 for 1.
And the good news is, Vinny, for Canada, Nicholas Curtin back on the field. So Canada's captain is out there. He just fielded that ball. Was Sad Bin Safari, who I think will have taken the reins over briefly. That's who is to come for USA. Aaron Jones will be at number 4, no doubt. Nitish Kumar in a different role at number 5. He did bat number 3 in the one time USA have batted so far, rather unsuccessfully, I might add, where they're beaten by 102 runs by the Netherlands. But they look a different team today. And no surprise that the two sides who've tried to play completed T20Is in consecutive days have lost. USA did it and got an absolute hosing, and Netherlands tried valiantly yesterday.
Struck quite nicely over extra cover, beats the field of 4 runs, and it's 50 for Mukamala on debut. And he has looked in complete control out there, taking his opportunity with both hands. A 50 off 25 balls.
Well, what a marvellous debut for an incredibly talented young cricketer. You would hope that it will be the first of many appearances in this format. And Vinny, he's broken a record. He's the first ever American cricketer, apart from Sushant Madani. Oh, Andries House did it too. So sorry, the third USA cricketer to get 50 on debut. Both House and Sushant Madani both made 50 exactly. So that is a record. The world record's, or sorry, the American record is gone. No one has ever made more than the 52 Mukamala's made on debut. So great effort, just 20 years of age. So great to see young talent shining for America.
How high can he climb? That's the next question. Carlos works his way, beats the field of 4 more. Wow, Canada, they certainly haven't helped themselves with some of these boundary stops. That one leaks through.
And look at Sad Bin Safar. He's furious because that is poor. Dilpreet Bajwa, he's had a difficult tour in the field. He's been switched out of his position now. He's a youngster. He has to field better than he has been fielding here in Canada on this tour for Canada. And Sad Bin Safar was furious with them. It's not even that it's a poor execution. It's a poor line. Everything about it. Not a good effort.
Credit to Carlos for timing it that well, but it was an elementary stop at this level. USA setting themselves up very nicely. Interesting to see the expected score at the moment in excess of 180. This partnership starting to blossom. Carlos was fairly quiet early. Remember, he survived that very confident shout for LBW. Nice ball, the 10th coming up from Sad Bin Safar. Lifted up over the top and taken. Initially misjudged, but I think that might be Parveen Kumar out there that's taken the catch. So just as the partnership was starting to blossom, it's a key wicket, and it is Mukamala who's going to have to go for 52. USA 90 for 2.
Great catch. I think he's judged this really well, actually, Vinny. I think he's done well to get in and get his hands underneath it. And critically, they just changed the fielder, didn't they? If Dilpreet Bajwa was out there, I suspect he might well have shelled it the way his tour's been going in the field. So a good piece of tactical awareness from Canada. They needed that wicket. It doesn't take away from Mukamala's innings at all. 52 off just 27. What a start for him in this format. He'll trudge off. He looks a little disappointed, but it's the highest score any American cricketer has ever made on their T20I debut, and he's given America a really good platform to start with.
Yeah, I think he will be disappointed the way that he went out. Never really went after it either. Just kind of timed it out there. He would have known the fielder was back. The fielder there, Kumar, he actually went on his heels. I don't think he picked it up straight away. So then he had to come in quite quickly, and just in the nick of time got the fingers underneath it. And 90 for 2. Aaron Jones will come to the crease for the USA. Let's welcome you into our commentary box here. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with you. Game 5 of this series. Andrew Leonard with me. And well, Canada, just every time the game seemed like it was going to get away from them, they have been able to chip in with that wicket. So quite interestingly poised here at the halfway point.
Yeah, and I certainly wouldn't consider this total that USA have got to at the halfway stage as being out of the question in terms of Canada chasing down even double it. So let's say USA turn this 90 into 180. The power of Aaron Johnson, a little bit of a return to form for Nicholas Curtin, and a lot of depth. There's a lot of depth to that Canada lineup, really. They'll bat all the way down to number 9, number 10. I think we might be able to see Canada still get into this. The challenge for these last 10, Vinny, battle the fatigue, battle all of the endurance factors that you're trying to get through those 2 games in 2 days.
Yeah, no doubt. Of course, this series still alive. All 3 sides have a path to victory. As House misses out first ball of the 11th over.
Got to keep him under 180 though, Vinny. That's the trick now.
Bowling out. Parveen here quite early.
If they do keep him under 180, I might even make Canada favourites. I think it looks a very good wicket. Driven down the ground. It'll just be a single this time. I suppose that the challenge is going to be how will someone like Akil Kumar go? Surely he has to be given a bowl at some point. As he said, Parveen Kumar will have used all of his 4 by the 11th over, or did they see someone like a Harsh Thacker, or maybe even the skipper himself with some part-time off-spinners? Dilpreet Badger with those off-breaks too. He was bowling in the warm-up. So one of the things Canada are blessed with is loads of all-rounders. So they've lots of options, but maybe just an indication that pace off the ball is going at less of a rate than pace on.
Jones faces his first ball. What about his performance? And of course, everyone was geared up for the start of the T20 World Cup. Of course, we were here watching the final preparations for the Dutch, the Scottish, and the Irish. But yeah, that innings that he played was certainly one to be talking about decades and decades from now against this Canadian attack. So played very late, knocked away by Curtin, who's back on the field.
That's a super stop, and it's a run saved. Body on the line from the skipper. You lead by example, Vinny. It's exactly what he's doing. There's no coincidence. Their best fielding performance of the tour was yesterday, and it's the first time they picked up a win. Haven't been great today, but Curtin is trying to drag them back into this contest.
Jones, interesting to see when he pulls the trigger here as well. Certainly looking pretty confident first couple of balls. And the thing yesterday with the Netherlands though was as they kind of went into oblivion quite meekly, not really firing a shot or taking a risk in those middle overs. In fact, Canada were able to keep the ball on the park 70 balls in a row, 70 balls without any boundaries, and set up a pretty impressive victory after a shaky start to match 4. This is the end of the over, 94 for 2. This is the state of play, and as we just explained, each one of the 3 teams, Lenny, could still win this tri-series.
Yeah, and it rounds out Parveen Kumar's spell. Excellent effort from him, 4 overs, none for 22. It's a funny one for Canada, isn't it? Even if they win today, I don't think they'll expect to win the tri-series, because you'd quite fancy the Netherlands to win tomorrow then, with that 2-2 for USA. And I can't see the Dutch having another off day. They had a bit of an off day yesterday. Well, an off 3/4 of a day. They're exceptional to start with. They had the opposition 35 for 6, but I don't think that's going to matter to them. I just think they'd be desperate to finish this tour on a high, because they've got so much important cricket coming up. They'll be hosting that Cricket World Cup League 2 series. Nepal will come back into action after a long old break from Cricket World Cup League 2. It's been 7 months since their series that got it all going in February. And with Nepal travelling there, Oman travelling there to Toronto, you would love to think that Canada could take some confidence from one more win in this format. And the good news is, Vinny, I don't think it's been publicly announced yet, there'll be T20Is at the end of that tour too. So the Nepal fans, they'll be happy, won't they, with plenty of action to watch there.
That's great
in September and October.
Wonderful to hear. This is Akil Kumar, who made his debut yesterday. What do you think of his first game?
I like his action. He's got a really kind of simple little action. He's obviously, again, another product of the Canada Youth Development System. Was the star of that Under-19s World Cup that they played in South Africa just pre-COVID in 2020. He's, I think, their second leading run scorer and their leading wicket taker. He took 16 wickets down there. Did have a little bit of exposure in the GT20. That's one of the great things that Canadian cricketers get access to each year. It's a simple action. I think he will need to add pace to it as he goes. He's probably, 120, 125 kilometres an hour, something like that. But if he lengthens that run up a touch, keeps getting stronger, there's no reason why he can't bowl quicker. But I just like, he seems to know his plan. He knows where he's trying to bowl. He's very much trying to bowl one side of the wicket, and that's outside the off stump.
Very It's a bit short, a surprise ball, really. That curved in quite significantly to House.
Yeah, and both House and Patel's innings have mirrored each other, haven't they? The occasional boundary, but on a surface this good, I'm not sure a strike rate of under 100 is where you want to be after 15, 20 balls.
He kind of shaped up to cut that one, but it started following him and it was too close to cut in the end. If he'd known it, then probably the pull was on. Yeah, I suppose with Kumar bowling one side of the wicket, it allows you to kind of to set a field, to make a plan.
Pressure's building up here big time on House. There's batting to come. There's only 8 overs remaining after this one. I think 160, 170 from the start that they had, Vinny, would be a tame finish, wouldn't it? Won't want too many more dots in the middle. Stuart Law, the USA head coach.
Yeah, Kumar has held things pretty well here. There's 2 off 5 balls bowled this over. A lot of coaches, I'll tell you, finishing over is so important. You get in this position.
And this is just a great over for Nicholas Curtin, because I think it opens up options for him from the next over. He might even think about squeezing an over of Badger or himself in, or Harsh Thacker, get another spinner into the game. 2 off it, like, exceptional. That's really good. Just what you need, and Canada just get a bit of life and a bit of energy in the field. 96 for 2.
Yeah, USA, I've got 8 wickets in hand. There's 8 overs to go. They shouldn't be running out of batting here. Someone's got to make a stand. Not saying that they're struggling in this game. In fact, the supercomputer has them as favourites, but you can certainly sense that Canada are building, and they've mixed up their bowling quite a lot, going from pace to spin and vice versa through the first 12 overs of this game. Looks like Saad bin Zafar is going to come on and replace Kumar at that far end, so continuing with left-arm orthodox from there.
This is the 10th official T20I between these two sides. There has been only 2 wins for Canada, and the 5 outright wins that USA have had alongside the non-result, they've all come consecutively on the bounce now. There was the super over, which technically goes in as a tie, although that was a USA win in the Americas qualifier back in 2021 in Antigua. That was a game, for those who watched it will never forget. Canada got caught celebrating too early. You'd have loved this game. It was very ECN, Vinny.
Yeah, chaos.
Did you hear about that one? No?
I have heard about it. I haven't seen it.
I was on call for it there at the Coolidge ground, and it was incredible because they needed 3 to win, most likely a boundary to win.
Yeah.
And it was Rusty Theron and Ali Khan at the crease, and they had a big swing and a miss. And obviously with 3 to win, it would have been 2 to tie. So they've scampered through for a bye where the keeper ran up and took the bails off a la Dhoni against Bangladesh. But Theron was really quick and had just got there, and the decision was not out. And at that point, the keeper threw the ball up into the air in celebration, and all the bowler in particular was sprinting off like Imran Tahir around the field. And probably 9 or 10 of the Canadians had completely forgotten that the game was still on.
Game's on.
And so too had Ali Khan. And he was screamed at by Rusty Theron. Or maybe it was the other way around, one of the two.
Yeah.
Saying, run again, run again. Not only did they run the second to tie the scores, they very nearly ran the third. And it was just incredible.
Oh, popped up and gone. Just kind of stopped in the pitch there. House gets confirmation that he has to go, and Saad bin Zafar has continued his good form. A second wicket for him here in match 5. Return catch means that USA lose a third. 98 for 3.
Well, it's a nothing shot. Hard hands at the ball. Not going to see from that angle, but Saad bin Zafar was pleased that it had carried, and happy that it definitely carried to him. Maybe only a few inches above the turf. It wasn't House's best innings. He looks very displeased with himself. And look at this. A wild card from the deck. Stuart Law says we can't just have right-handers continue to be bowled at by left-arm spinners. We need to get a left-hander in. This is a big call.
This is very baseball. I mean, you can see that you can't actually see because Cast is obscuring the vision, but it seemed like a clean catch from our vantage point. I think the square leg umpire had a good view of it as well, and certainly there was no question in Saad's mind that he got the fingers under it.
Well, what a tour he's had. It's Harmeet Singh, the left-hander we're talking about, the kind of baseball matchups play. I think with only 8 balls of Sad bin Safar left. This is really strange. It's really strange.
Yeah, what's interesting, maybe he's there specifically to attack
These 8
the
balls.
left-arm spinner.
But there's only 8 balls left.
Uh,
And there's no other left-arm spin.
no, but what I'm saying is if you're going to use a left-hander, use him now. If he gets out, then you're not really losing any batting.
But if there was 3 or 4 of the 8 overs, the potential 8 overs of left-arm spin you're going to face left, I'd get it. But you're pushing quality batters down. So Nitish Kumar's not in yet. Shahan Jahangir's not in yet. And in at number 5 comes Harmeet Singh.
I just think it's quite a modern way of thinking. See, I think quite micro. You're thinking about the 7.2 overs. I'm thinking about the 1.2 overs of Zafar, saying, okay, rather than have right-handers come and build for those 8 balls, let's actually send someone out there that's going to outwardly attack.
Let's see the result of the potential 8 deliveries he gets. Even if he got, let's say he's going to face face a maximum of 7 of them now. Even if he got 10 or 12 off those 6 or 7, I'm not sure there's enough increased value from that as opposed to getting one of your best batters out there. They've brought in Mukamala to lengthen the batting, and now they've gone to Harmeet Singh at 5.
Yeah, I do understand what you're saying.
Freakonomics, Vinny.
Well, that's one way to...
Doesn't make any sense.
If you were to think, I totally, this just shows me when we come from different worlds, right? 99 for 3 after 13. But you've got Saad bin Zafar, who has been incredibly good yesterday, today.
He's only got 6 balls left.
But that's 6 balls that you could attack with not really risking one of your...
Let's see. Let's see if he does attack them.
The first, number 1, he has to be on strike, right? But it was, I think micro, it's a very postmodern way to think about it. I would even consider, for the new age way of thinking is that he can really tee off and treat it like the 19th 20 overs, knowing that you've got batting still to come. They obviously just think he's a better matchup specifically for Saad bin Zafar.
Get your best batters to face as many balls as they can. Is that too revolutionary or too simple a theory?
No, but how are they going to face those balls?
So what happens now the left-hander's in? What do? They bring on Harsh Thacker. So now you're into a negative matchup.
I didn't expect him to bat this long.
I love the game, Vinny, and I love innovation, and I love different kinds of thinking. But sometimes we overcomplicate things.
I agree with that as well. I'm just providing the alternative.
Oh, no, 100%,
right?
100%.
But I tell you, this modern way of...
He's now going to dot up to the off-spinner who might not have been bowling.
His job, definitely against Thacker, is just get to the other end, get Jones on strike. So he's got two different roles while he's there, depending on which way the ball's turning.
If I was Nicholas Curtin, I'd be licking my lips and going, thank you.
I'll get something here down the ground. Jones hustles back for 2.
Thank you for helping our expected value. The 100s come up. If Harmeet Singh gets stuck here, and he could get stuck, he's an innovative and he's a very fun player to watch. All of a sudden, you might be changing what could have been an innings of 180, 190 into 155, 160.
Goes after this and quietens the critics. What a shot that is. Maximo from Harmeet as he sweeps that one into the bushes.
Against the spin, not the right matchup, but what a strike. Oh, brilliant Harmeet Singh. Just got a bit fooled, didn't he?
I think we've been quite specific with the matchups, but to send someone out that has zero fear of losing their wicket, I suppose that's what I was thinking, compared to someone that's more concerned with building something and building up to something.
And look, I'm only being so emphatic in the point to add to a bit of the fun of the broadcast, but the reality is Harmeet Singh often opens the batting. In all of the domestic American competitions, probably with the exception of Major League Cricket, but like in minor league, which gets going again this weekend, starts on the 30th of August. He'll certainly bat up either opening the batting or he'll bat in the top 3 or 4 or 5. I've seen him in franchise cricket play as an opening batter. He did that out in Nepal last year. He's a very good ball striker, but he's really in the team at this level, international cricket, for his bowling. So it's a big wild card. Give Stuart Law great credit for trying it, and we're going to try and critique it as best we can.
Yeah, I mean, I still see in my lifetime, and yours, we're similar age, I guess, but the T20's changed from a kind of hit and giggle all systems attack kind of format 15, 20 years ago when it was first introduced to being, I suppose, a bit more thought out. And so I think that the selection of someone, my main instructions will be at this stage, don't be afraid of getting out.
Because we have batting to come.
We've got batting to come. And it's one thing to say it. You need someone that's actually going to do it and play those expansive shots a bit earlier. And I think that is kind of partly why they've promoted Harmeet here.
He's had a particularly good start to international cricket, strike rate 160. Hasn't got any runs this tour, funnily, of any note. In the ODIs, he looked, well, just a bit out of rhythm and a bit out of touch. He almost looked like he didn't know how to approach the batting. Did get 20 in one of them, but the other games just 2 and 1. Then he made 7 against the Netherlands. Nobody got runs in that game. He's bowled exceptionally well. This is possibly going to be the acid, the litmus test now. 6 balls of Sad bin Safar.
So I'll take these 6 balls, and I think Jones is on strike, so it's kind of irrelevant for the first bit. But
watch him not face a ball in the over.
Maybe. But the thing is, if you're a right-hander opening your innings, you're new to the crease, you're probably saying, look, this isn't a great matchup for me. I'm happy just to kind of build, take the one, see him off. Now, with the left-hander there, it just changes things. It changes the dynamics. He can bat fearlessly. He can maybe try the slog sweep again. That was successful last over. Jones. Well, that could be gone, you know. In fact, it is gone. What a great bit of improvisation. It wasn't gloved cleanly first time around by Mova. But on the rebound, he takes it and he flicks the ball back to stop Aaron Jones.
Well, this is Mova magic. Mahendra Singh Dhoni, you eat your heart out. You might have pioneered this, but Mova, look at you. You've perfected it. How good is this? Quick thinking, the flick onto the stumps, and what a decision too. It's only out by inches. Mova, he's been exemplary all tour. I think he's been the player of the tour alongside Sad bin Safar for Canada, and that for me is one of the moments we've seen here in the Netherlands. Outstanding glove work.
Just the improvisation there. So because the ball is hit, he is allowed to then move in front of the stumps. Normally with a stumping, you have to stay completely behind, but this is an exception. The ball was hit. Gets it. A bit wide, caught a shot to nothing again.
How good is that, Vinny?
It is.
You're a gloveman
class
yourself. That is quite brilliant. I don't know if we can slow that one down just to show how good the decision is too, because Nitin Bhathi's only got one look at this. Now, as you rightly say, he's allowed to bring his gloves in front of the stumps. Look at the Dhoni flick. There's the Dhoni flick. That for me, it's only out by what? A matter of millimetres, let alone inches. An outstanding decision. He got it going in his favour because he tried to. What a piece of innovation.
Well, it's a very handy one as well, because Canada acutely aware of how dangerous Aaron Jones is.
Player of the tour for me, Vinny. Sherry Asmova for Canada. I know Sad bin Safar's numbers will probably be better, but I just think his approach, his attitude, his glove work, he just had the one moment today with 4 boys. Everything else has been absolutely perfect. Dead ball going to be called because 2 of the 3 Canadian subfielders were still in the rope. Because it was probably going to be a single, nobody's overly unhappy.
Nobody's too bothered about it. I mean, it's a half chance really, that one. Flicks the ball kind of blindly. He knew it was going to be in the area. I mean, format of cricket I played, that was something that we did practice a lot, but there's still there's a little bit of a luck factor. You're giving yourself a chance.
But that's the whole, it's the attitude, isn't it? So much of fielding and keeping comes down to attitude. And if you've got a good positive attitude, you create those chances.
Nitish Kumar off the mark here. Looking for 2, kind of got it into the gap. Good running. He does get a couple.
Yeah, I just love what Mova's done all trip. I have to say, he's a kind of softly spoken kind of guy.
For a keeper, it's pretty unusual.
Yeah, he's let the gloves do the talking. And now the challenge for Kumar here, Vinny, is he's probably in this format more of a natural opener, number 3. Now he's got to do a job in the middle. I do note that Harmeet Singh's yet to face a ball in this over.
Read my mind. He'll get his chance now.
This has got for the experiment to work. Does this have to go 4-4 or 6-6?
I think he's attacking it. I think you can also see by the way that obviously they have had a new right-hander come out and dish this over, and you're second guessing whether you want to take a big risk against a bowler that's probably not your favourite. He's going this.
I think he will try to go probably towards long on. Long on fielder's very wide, actually, Vinny.
Yeah, big gap straight down the ground
Isn't
as well.
Look out, horses up in the paddock.
This one was a bit shorter than he wanted. Had to kind of hit across it in the end.
See, the other reason I'd say it's not the greatest call. If Parveen Kumar was still bowling, he's a bit slower through the air. Look at how clever Sad Bin Safar is.
Yeah.
He knows that Singh's going to try to go down the ground. So what does he do? He piles it into the surface, back of a length with lots of turn on it. And best case result, 1 or 2.
Classic cat and mouse. Last ball for Bin Zafar. And Kumar will keep it out. 15 overs down, and Canada slowly but surely working their way into this contest. It's 113 for 4.
Well, it's time to pay tribute to that man, Sad Bin Safar, Vinny. It's another 3-wicket haul. He has been exemplary all tour. He's picked up in total 13 wickets. He's scored runs. He's taken catches. At times he's had to lead in the absence of Nicholas Curtin, who's gone off once or twice with a niggle. The former captain replaced. I'm not sure he wanted to be replaced for this tour, but how he's held himself together and kept his performances as good as they have been, well, outstanding from the 37-year-old, alongside Mova, without doubt the 2 picks of the tour for Canada.
Well, it's nice to see some positives coming out of what's been a pretty tough tour for Canada. Interesting here, the expected score 58, so the computer's expecting 9 and over for the last 5 overs. 45 more runs from here. Let's see who wins these last 5 overs. I feel like they'll probably be the team on top heading into the second innings. Akil Kumar coming back. Remember, he just bowled that 1 over, only went for 2. They haven't been afraid to chop and change. Hasn't necessarily been reactive in the bowling changes from Curtin, the Canadian skipper, during this match.
Vinny, you look at the momentum in the last, well, since the 10 over mark, let's just say, right? It was 90 for 2 after 10. We said that if Canada could stop them from doubling that up, anything under 180, they could chase, because we felt it's a good wicket, although it might sometimes get a bit more difficult in the second innings here. The last 5 overs, 23 runs.
Yeah, quarters. Goes after this, and he's going to get plenty of it. Maximo for Hamid. Second time he sent the ball over the leg side rope.
They're going to need plenty more of them. That's a good strike. And almost a bit of frustration there from Singh, isn't there? Bottom hand comes through. The youngsters looked for the block hole. He hasn't got it anywhere near it. And as a consequence, it's ended up in the slot. And it's the modern way. Doesn't matter if long off or long on or out. The batters will just take them on. Hit it over their head. And Harmeet Singh showing why he's being promoted up the order. Striking up towards 200 now, thanks to those 2 sixes.
Comeback ball for Akil. A little bit short. He'll be disappointed there, I think, Hamid, that he doesn't get that past the fine leg. End up right off the end of the bat for a single. Yeah, talking quarters. So first 5 overs, 46 for the USA. Second 5, 44. And the third 5, just the 23, as you said. And I wonder if that says more about this surface as well. Probably has a lot to do with the field restrictions, I think, as well in the first 6 overs.
I don't think House played particularly well. I think he struggled to find the pace of the pitch. And I think Canada will feel as though they're right in this contest.
Right now, 56% USA. Slight favourites. Driven on the up straight over the fielder at cover. And there's a gap behind him. 4 to Nitish Kumar. His first boundary.
Well, this is a cracking stroke, isn't it? It's a conventional stroke. Again, Curtin has ended up on the floor. He's tried everything he could to get something on that. Maybe the game plan just getting a little bit too predictable from young Akil Kumar. Doesn't have the pace to challenge these two. He might need to look at a change of pace, maybe take the pace off cutters, leg cutters, something like that needed. Second boundary in the over, 10 runs from just a couple of those deliveries. So USA on the charge here. I think they need more than 160. They should get it, Vinny.
Yeah, well, I think this time of the innings as well, last quarter of the innings, you're looking at trying to hit that block hole a few times over at least. We haven't quite seen that genuine Yorker yet from Kumar. USA batters have used the length well. Digs this into the pitch, but does get it past the bat of Nitish.
Just a little bit of background information as well on the youngster Akil Kumar. He's another product of the OCA, the Cricket Academy there in Toronto. Actually spent the last couple of seasons playing down in Wanganui in New Zealand too, and that was after that great Under-19s World Cup. Derek Pereira involved there, one of the coaches. Great, those links. I love those links between the leading associates and full member Test nations.
Definitely. Come back from Kumar though, gets this one to beat the inside edge. End of the over as Kumar goes for 11 in that one. 4 overs remaining, USA 124 for 4. Why don't we find out where some of our viewers are watching from? They can get it a bit interactive. ECN European Cricket Network. Come on. I want to say a namaste to all the Nepali viewers out there as well. I know they always talk about you, even when you're not here. I know that we've got a good crossover of viewers because, especially Nepal, they love their cricket in an incredibly passionate way. In fact, one of the highlights of me watching the World Cup was watching the Nepali support over there.
Incredible, yeah, particularly in Texas. The kind of the shots that didn't make the TV cameras from Florida, though, when it was the most torrential thunderstorm you could imagine, and I reckon there was over 10,000 people of Nepalese origin flown from all over North America to Florida for that game, due to be against Sri Lanka. There was never really a chance of a ball being bowled, and they were just so joyous. They were singing the national anthem out in the car park because the police were trying to move them, but they actually gave up because they said this is just too nice and too special. And look, a lot of people had spent a lot of money to fly there to be a part of it, and they didn't get to be. Here's Kalim Sana returning from the paddock end.
We had that strange issue where we thought he might have been scratched or stung by something fetching a ball earlier in the innings. Hashtag just associate things. But I have admitted quite a few times, people have suggested that I need to take a trip to Nepal and maybe we could work together over there. I'm actually going to
love it over there.
I'm going to try and get you to try and work that into the schedule at some point. I'd love to, absolutely love to.
They might be confused by your sartorial elegance, though.
We'll find some common ground, I'm sure.
Well, you'd have to get into a local outfit, the Dara Silwal.
As long as they come in lots of different colours. I'm in.
Yeah, they do. They wouldn't be multicoloured. They'd kind of tend to be a one colour.
One, that's me. I'm a one colour suit guy.
What?
The suit.
Finny, you're wearing purple, blue, green, yellow, black, white.
Can't trust yourself. There's not great lighting conditions. That's one thing with my suits, though.
9 colours in the outfit today.
The suit is one colour, right?
Okay, I'm with you.
Suit's one colour.
What's that one? Gold?
This is halfway between yellow and orange.
Okay.
Some people think it's orange, some people think it's yellow.
It's the mix.
Yeah.
Depends on how colourblind you are. Most men are, aren't they? I can tell you it's bright, Vinny.
All right, Sana goes round the wicket to the right-handed Kumar. He'll take on a 2 here. He gives it the proper teapot to Sana as he sees the batters come back for a double.
Better running. Harsh Thacker, who's been so good in the ODIs, a bit ineffective in the T20s. Hasn't got many runs, hasn't got many wickets, and he should be one of the best fielders out there. But I don't think he's been at his best there either. Yeah, lovely to hear from everyone in that YouTube live chat. You can also get us on Twitter or Instagram as well if you want to get in touch directly or privately, particularly if you're watching on Willow TV and you don't have access to the YouTube live chat. Hello to everyone in North America. You might just be waking up. Still very early there. What is it, 9:15?
9:15 on the east, 6:15.
6:15 on the west. I'm glad I'm here, not on the west coast.
6:15 in Hollywood right now.
A lot of cricket coming up in North America. Minor League gets going on the 30th of August, then the back-to-back Cricket World Cup League 2 tours, one in Toronto, the other I think it's going to either be in Texas or Florida.
It's very full. Actually kind of falling off the shot there was Nitish Kumar, couldn't catch up with it. I've had quite a few my former teammates play in the USA in Major League Cricket and of course in Canada as well. I had one of my good friends, Jason Berendorf, playing in Toronto recently. I think he just got back. My old friend Marcus Stoinis playing in the MLC and having a bit of fun with the crowd. I was seeing at times as well. I saw a bit of some great interactions there. Some Americans getting introduced for it for the first time.
Going to be fascinated to see how MLC grows in.
Nice shot down the ground from Kumar. Stands and delivers. They had the mid-off up in the circle. And that was the challenge, but Nitish was equal to it.
When there's pace on, there's always one gap, isn't there? And that should be the area you try and target. And with Nitish Kumar being conventionally such a correct player, the off drive is something that he does very, very well. and gets it all the way for 4. But yeah, going to be fascinated to see Nitish Kumar, someone he's really moved down to USA because of Major League Cricket and because of the progress being made by the Major League organisation. They put on minor league cricket too. Like I said, that gets going this weekend. That'll be 7-8 weeks of action. And they try not to play too much at the very height of the summers.
Pulled away, but not really timed. You could see that Hamid was very quick to get through for one. Couldn't quite manage a second.
And that's one of the great things, because it's such a big country, you can kind of have almost a 12-month season. So even like in December, they'll have internationals and things like open events held down in Florida. Whereas obviously the cricket during the summer, you'll be more up in your sort of New York, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Maryland. There's a lot of cricket up there. On the West Coast, they can play close to year-round too. Texas, where it's become such a hub of all of the professionals. They kind of move there with that. You wouldn't believe how good that stadium is, Vinny, the Grand Prairie Stadium in Texas. I think they've done an exceptional job with that.
Last ball, Viova. Steps to leg, hits to off. We'll get back for 2 fairly comfortably in the end. So 3 overs remaining. And USA are 134 for 4. So 163 expected. It's going to be an interesting chase. We saw Canada score 169. Obviously different ground, different conditions on Saturday. And this is a list of what's coming up on the European Cricket Network. You can see that at the moment we're in the Netherlands, but there's also Austria going on. In fact, even after this game finishes, if you want to switch over and see some more live and free cricket, you can catch the end of day 2 there in Vienna. T10 format. It is a frenetic pace. Croatia will be starting on the 9th of September for a couple of weeks. Also a weekend series in Greece featuring some women's cricket between Spain and Greece. The Euros of cricket, the ECC, will start on the 23rd of September, so just under 4 weeks' time. And we still have Malta. We have the Italian T20 finals to determine the national champion that will go to our Champions League next year, ECL 25. We have Malta to go, as I said, but after Malta we have Barcelona. We finished the season with the Euros of women's cricket in Malaga, Spain. So we're always on the move. We're always providing a lot of live cricket. I'm going to give you, I know you're helpful with explaining some of the Nepali traditions, and I've got one for you after this ball from Haliger, who's coming back over 18. Lifted up in the air and gone. Simple catch down there. Sad bin Zafar. Well, similar part of the field that he took the first one of the day. But a mistimed pull shot brings about another wicket. It's 134 for 4.
I think this game is swinging towards Canada, Vinny. I really do. Such a tough role to play is come in at number 5 or 6 or number 4 or 7 with something between 5 and 7 overs left and scored a strike rate of 200 after a good start. It's not necessarily Nitish Kumar's strength, power game. He's elegance, he's class. And he's gone for 14 off 12. It's 134 for 5. Shayan Jahangir, the new man to the crease, just 17 deliveries left. Canada, if they can hold their nerve here, keep it under 160, Vinny, I think it's a massive opportunity to chase it down and finish this tour somehow with 2 wins.
Yeah, well, we say that, but batting wasn't elementary yesterday. Remember, they were 35-6 at one point, so I have to see if the top order can step up. Looks like whatever they keep it to here, it's going to be chaseable. It's just a matter of how well they bat and obviously how well USA are able to defend. Okay, so my friend and former teammate Jason Beredorf, he was playing recently in the, I think the GPL, and he was playing for the Nationals. Now, they're from a city.
In Toronto, up in Brampton, the GT20.
Yeah,
yep.
And what was the city starting with T you were just about to say?
Toronto.
So this is your Canadian education.
Right.
If you're a true Canadian, you don't pronounce the second T.
Yeah, you say Toronto.
Toronto.
Yeah. It
Sounds
just kind of rolls off.
Sounds strange when we say. So glad to tell you something you already knew. This is going to be flicked away off the leg. I thought that was groundbreaking.
No. And it's very much part of the local accent.
Yeah.
And it's a great city, I got to say. I'll be back there next. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. I've done that twice on air. I could be back there next month. Let's wait and see.
I don't mind if you drop a few scoops.
Well, there's a scoop. There's
you
an
heard it here first from Andrew Leonard. Clip that out.
Nepal and Oman heading up. It's been a long wait for them to get back into international action. It's not often that Nepal will have, well, what's it going to be? 3 months without an international.
I think there would have been a riot if you weren't there.
Oh, well, there you go.
Andrew.
There you go. Now, looking forward to that particularly.
Hamid gets cramped for room here. He'll only get a single.
And I'll tell you something, with the way Oman are going at the moment, it's such a big opportunity for Canada and Nepal to pick up points. I know Oman will want to prove that the form line's wrong and prove the trajectory they're moving in wrong, but they looked poor up in Dundee. They looked like they really battled. They were blessed to get 3 points, to be honest, to take away with it. Once it was thanks to the rain, and then they did scrap just somehow to a win over Namibia. But it could be a long 36 ODIs for them, who are the early leaders in the previous cycle, but basically with the same group of players. And I think back, that's 2019. That's now 5 years ago, you know.
Yeah, good point. There you go. Not really finding the pace of it, Jahangir, so far. Can't get it off the surface.
Big deliveries these, big overs these. Vinny, well, you open the can of worms, and plenty have accepted. Jiwan Acharya says, hello, Vinny, we'd love to see you for the Nepal Premier League, which is the big new league organised by CAN that's been slated for November. I think it starts November 30th through to December 21st, something like that. And that's going to be great to see franchise action return to Nepal with those big crowds coming in, and plenty more watching on from Nepal. Everybody enjoying the action, but also fans from Hertfordshire. That's Julian Dawson watching on. We've got a fan watching on from Minnesota, live on Willow TV. That's Corbett Harrell. Very good morning to you, Corbett. Nice to hear from you. And he's talking about MLC, the potential for it, where it's going to go in the years to come. I thought the quality of cricket there this year was something else. Travis Head and Ryan Rickleton and Faf du Plessis. Steve Smith was brilliant. The Ricky Ponting coach, Washington Freedom, they ended up winning very comfortably.
Tries to go down the ground, but it's up, it's in the air, it is catchable, and it's dropped. Well, you wouldn't read about it.
Well, I'll tell you who it is without looking. I can tell you it's Dilpreet Bajwa. He has had a nightmare, Vinny. I can't remember a fielder having as prolonged a period. He's no confidence. He's not even got a hand on this, I don't think.
It's just, he got too close to his chest, let it get below his eye line. It bashed off his chest, went halfway back to the pitch. This is the European Cricket Network, end of the 18th. It's 139 for 5.
I think that's his fourth drop, and you can probably add, I don't know, a dozen boundary stops he should have made in this tour. You cannot play international cricket if you're not up to it in the field, and Bajwa, he's got to turn it around. He has had, I can't explain how poor a time he's had in the field. He's had a complete disaster.
It's a confidence game, but we've seen him miss a pretty easy one on the ground. Missed that one in the air. Bit of the deer in the headlights under that. But the fingers up there's probably the way that I would have been taught to catch that one. Just keep your eyes behind the ball a little bit longer. That one, he ran out of room, kind of cramped himself really. But really should have been taken. They do get 2 off that one, so 139 for 5. Haliger really should have had a third wicket. As we get ready for the last 2 overs, I also want to just mention that Gopak, I thought this might have been the case in the chat, saying that they might see you a little bit later, and he's thinking about driving up for the Canada versus Nepal finale. But of course, they're a Green Bay supporter, which is also my NFL team. Do you have a preference for
I
any?
do. That's Phil Melky,
Hello, Phil.
who flew over to Rotterdam. He came for 2 of the ODIs,
Oh, yeah,
all the
Phil,
way
of
from Ohio.
course.
Yeah,
Okay.
with his wife and his son.
Okay.
He really enjoyed the action. Would love to see you up in Toronto, mate. Be a real pleasure to catch up. He is an absolute lover of the associate game, as are we. Kalim Sana in for his final.
This is where Sana was so good yesterday. Removed a couple of climbs with some cracking Yorkers. That first one's more of a regular length, just clipped away. Do you have any preferences for your North American sports? I'm a big North American sports
NBA
guy.
may as well not exist for me. I
Really?
just cannot get my head
Just
around
because
it.
you can't dunk?
One side gets the ball, they score. The other side gets the ball, they score. I just cannot get my head around it. And I don't understand how it's so popular. But anyway, I don't understand how football's so popular either. Basketball, not for me. NFL, love it.
Yep.
Baseball, I've tried my best with it. It's a bit of a battle.
You're not going to say it's too slow, are you?
No, I really enjoy going.
Coming from a cricket
I
person.
really enjoy going to a baseball game.
Yeah.
But I actually will say it's too slow compared to cricket.
The way cricket's going. They've tried to speed up baseball lately.
No, and they've done a brilliant job at that.
In the air. Well, surely someone's going to catch this. Sana He's going to do his own work, and he'll take it. So Hamid runs out of lives. Maybe permanent retina damage for the bowler, but he will come up with his first wicket of the game.
Only just
140 for 6.
And of course, he doesn't have his hat on or his sunglasses on because he's bowling. So he's got to look straight up. This went really up like a periscope. Harmeet Singh may be smiling, but he's got to go. USA have gone nowhere here, Vinny, in the last few overs. He's the latest to depart for 24 off 15. It's 140 for 6. And Canada, they're finishing this tour on a high. Massive opportunity here. I'm making them favourites from here, Vinny.
Well, see if the supercomputer agrees. As we'll take one more look at this catch. You can see it was reasonably high because of the time of day it is as well. And the sun was pretty high in the sky, and so was that ball. As we see Shadley and Sharkwag coming in at number 8. Another left-hander, one replacing another.
The hardest name, they reckon, in all of the 20 T20 World Cup squads. Shadley van Schalkwijk.
How do you sit
it's just not how it appears, is it?
on the Nortje situation?
On the wit?
The fast bowler from South Africa.
On Nortje.
Yeah, but I still think that's a cop-out. I think
Well,
that the way they say it has got to move.
Yeah, I spoke to Enrique about this because I met him at MLC, and I said Nortje, and he said, yeah, perfect.
Okay.
He was happy with that. But yeah, Nortje, some of the South African names are tricky.
I do.
They go to places that other dialects don't. But yeah, Shadley van Schalkwijk in to bat at number 8.
Well, just going back to the discussion about North American sports, I feel once you've got a team, it's easier to get into a sport. I mean, I watched a lot of baseball growing up, but I never had really a team I was rooting for. But having actually, I have 2 brothers that have married Canadians. So
something in the water in the Sandu household.
Perhaps. That's why probably it's best to stay away from there. But I became a big Toronto Blue Jays fan, and so that's when I really got into baseball. And NFL, I picked Green Bay Packers only because they have the Australian colours when I was living down there. But I'm lucky enough to... Yeah, Packers. I'm a cheesehead.
Cheesehead. Oh, good nickname, that.
Yeah, it is good. 9 balls to come. Lifted up over the offside. Mid-off was up. Cracking shot from Jahangir, who will get his first boundary.
Yeah, that's one of the shots of the innings, I have to say. Not many can hit Kalim Sana on the up like that. And a lovely free flow of the arms. He's actually kind of played that out in front of his body, Vinny, but very much has intended to get it up in the air because mid-off's up in the circle. And Sana now wants him to go back, and he'll bring deep backward square leg up. So if Jahangir wants to be adventurous and sweep or scoop or ramp, he can. The problem is, against Sana's pace with that angle, very difficult shot to execute. Just have to hold their nerves here. 8 more balls for Canada to get out of this innings.
Had pace on the ball, didn't it? So just had to punch it, just had to time it. Excellent shot. USA ahead according to the computer, but only just 52%. This one won't get above terra firma. Will just be a single. I'm going to say, yeah, basketball. I'm not a regular viewer. It's quite big in Australia, actually, growing up. But yeah, for me, I'm always fascinated with the baseball and cricket comparisons. And actually, then after my cricket career, I played 5 or 6 years of baseball, actually playing as a mature age rookie, they would have said. I think I was 33 before I started playing baseball, but got to actually play it at the highest club level in Australia, and I was very just interested in the similarities and differences. It's often something I reference as well when I'm calling cricket.
I think on the whole, whether it be ICC or MLC have done really well is kind of throw their arms around baseball fans and welcome them. I thought the John Boy explainer, it was a baseball dedicated explainer as to how cricket works ahead of the T20 World Cup was one of the best of its kind I've ever seen. I thought that was just so clever. And the reality is, I really like baseball. I don't dislike baseball at all. I think Ricky Ponting came in for a bit of flack because he was saying, oh, well, baseball's boring compared to cricket. I don't think we need to necessarily insult the other sport. But
I agree.
But the reality is that they're a similar length product, T20 cricket and a full Major League Baseball game, although baseball's got much quicker and cricket really has a job to do at speeding itself up. They've, I think, taken an average of 15 to 20 minutes off each match just due to the pitch clock. And the pitch clock is now adhered to by everyone. They know that they've got to throw that next pitch in 15 seconds. And it makes perfect sense. And we should have an innings clock in cricket like you do on the European Cricket Network in T10. I think you've got to somehow get into the halls of power in Dubai or in Lords where the laws are made and just say, guys, it works so well. Implement it. And as soon as you start implementing it, you'll never look back.
We'll talk about the clock maybe a bit more when we have a bit more time.
We'll do that in the second innings.
It's quite an interesting one, how we do things now, 10 over cricket here. Heliger to bowl out in the last as he gets lifted away. First ball, slight fumble out there. He's going to allow a second.
But the reality of it is, at the same time, even very high-scoring baseball games, which might have plenty of hits and plenty of runs, they'll usually be, you know, a 10-8 or a 7-6 or you know, a 14-5 or something. That's a really high-scoring game, and that could be an enthralling match. There's also, a little bit like in cricket, you sometimes have low-scoring thrillers.
Yeah.
Ironically, when a load of the UK-based commentators went to a game up in New York, it was a 0-0 that went to extra innings.
Right.
Which I thought was a bit ironic, and that was a big one as well. I think it was the Yankees against the Dodgers. It was, you know, two of the biggest sides.
Sure.
But the reality is, the brilliance of T20 cricket is, no matter what, you're almost guaranteed 240 balls, as long as both sides bat their overs. Within that, even in a low-scoring game, you're guaranteed at least 200 runs. You might see over 400 runs.
That's true.
You're generally guaranteed, you know, 10, 15 wickets, plenty of bowls and catches.
In the air, but this one won't carry down to Saad. They're going to come for a fairly ambitious two and get it. Yes, I know we don't have too long to finish this discussion, but yeah, I think it's an interesting one. I'm a glass half full kind of person, so I see the beauty in both sports, and I think they both have the unique strengths and actually can learn from each other quite a lot. Yeah, for example, yes, there are more runs in cricket, but a baseball person would say, well, it's not just, you know, the value of runs, I suppose, is higher in a low-scoring game. Otherwise, football, which is the most watched sport in the world, can be very exciting. And this is pretty exciting. This is lifted away by Jahangir over the leg side. Maximo, 6 runs to USA.
Vinny, I think we might have missed a no ball in all of the talk about baseball.
Yeah.
And I think that's why Saad bin Safar didn't go for the catch from the previous delivery. I also think it might have been for not enough men in the circle.
Right.
I don't think it was a front foot no ball.
And could this be something to do with time as well? Are they allowed the 5 outfielders here?
Yeah, they have.
See 5 right now, yeah.
But I think it was a no ball. That's why he didn't go for the catch. That's why.
Yeah, you're exactly right. So it was a no ball that they got 2 from, and then.
Our graphics need to catch up here because the scoreboard in the ground, it's 158 for 6 now, with what we think is it 2 or 3 balls left, Vinny?
Yeah, well, we'll get to the bottom of it sooner or later. But we know
it's actually 160 for 6 now.
So there is the 160. Wasn't assured.
We got lost in baseball. We never
did.
talk about something big in the last over. My fault.
Cricket's too high scoring. We can't tell you how many runs there were. If it was 0-0, we wouldn't have any problems.
We can tell you it's 160 for 6 right now. I think it might have been a no ball for not enough fielders in the circle.
Yeah, so we'll just keep you up to date with what's happening with that. We got 160 for 6 at the moment. We have 3 balls to go. Swings across this one, maybe slight change of pace.
It was a no ball for fielding indiscrepancy. So one of the fielders, maybe the man who should have been up in the circle at square leg, he erred in, he strayed in. Means there's 2 balls to go with that leg by, and that's why there was complete confusion, wasn't there? Because it looked like it would have been a catching opportunity for Saad bin Safar, but he decided, well, there's no point in going for it because it's a free hit.
No, and he was exactly right. Still couldn't prevent the 2 though. Next ball got whacked down to the ground. Since then we've had a 2-0-1. There's 2 balls to go. 161. Up over the offside for 6 more. Maximo! Well, Jahangir has come to the party at the right time. A little bit of sting in the tail at the back end of this USA innings.
Well, the final over is maybe just bringing USA back into this contest. Are they nudging ahead? Oh, it's all gone wrong, hasn't it? In the 20th, Hayliger was given the responsibility. They've got another over a spin in, Vinny, earlier in this contest. These small margins, they've gone against Canada really throughout the tour.
Last ball saloon here for USA. Never like a prod on a last ball. They'll just eat it, and it'll be 168 off the 20 overs.
I think Cheyenne Jahangir is saying, I thought there was 2 to go. He's just realised it was the last ball.
It wasn't a last ball kind of a shot, was it? He just was happy to knock it down for 1.
He can't believe what he's done. I'm almost certain he thought there was 2 balls left there.
Well, maybe he has a bit of trouble adjusting to the metric system, but it will be 168 for 6 off the 10 overs.
How much off that final over, Vinny? It looks like it's gone for 21, has it?
Don't think it was quite that many, but it was
Plenty.
A pretty good finish. I'll have to work backwards, but let's have a look at the highlights of this first innings. And it was a different story, wasn't it? As we saw the youngster Mukamala on debut putting together a pretty polished half-century.
Yeah, I thought he played outstandingly well. 20 years of age, the man from New Jersey. He's waited a long time on this tour. He's been trying to work a way into the team. The rarest of things you've just seen there, an indiscretion behind the stumps. Malang Patel played okay. I didn't think he quite judged the pace of the pitch despite that big 6. Curtin was athletic and energetic in the field as ever. And certainly once this dismissal came, a little bit of the momentum went as House came to the crease and he too couldn't find the pace of the pitch.
Yeah, that's right. And House certainly needed to bite back. He did, had the odd shot in anger, probably not the most complete of innings from the man that was batting number 3. That was a good catch, wasn't it? Just after they made a switch, Parveen was able to judge that. House just had this one stop on him a little bit, prodded it back to the bowler. That misjudgment cost him his wicket as he had to go for 21 of 26. And that kind of sums it up. 4 and a 6 in there, but not a lot more. And this was an amazing bit of improvisation, wasn't it? It was jabbed into the ground, it bounced, and Mova was quick to flick it back onto the stumps just in time. Excellent decision as well. That sent Aaron Jones back on his way for 5 off 8. Harmeet was a little bit of a surprise, coming in a slot or 2 higher than listed. But he did play with some attacking intent. You look at his output compared to some of the other batters, 24 off 15. But really, at one stage, I think with 15 overs to go after a very quiet 5, USA were looking kind of mid-150s expected. That last over does get them up into the 160s. That is a bit of an egg on your face moment. We won't say too much about it. But yeah, this last over really did take off. Jahangir was able to muscle a couple away, 168. So it was a classic T20 innings. It had ebbs, it had flows, had both teams in charge at one stage. And the funny thing is, it's only 1 run off what Canada scored on Saturday night against the USA.
Yeah, but the big final over has just very much kept USA alive in the contest. Maximums for Jahangir to the offside, the ball before from Van Schalkwyk to the leg side, the one that you just saw there. It means ultimately it won't be as many as America would have liked. They will have wanted 180 plus after that flying start, but nobody, for me, played as well as the T20I debutant, Saiteja Mukamala. You have to question, where's he been? He should have been in the top order for those ODIs, you'd suspect. He made 52 off just 27, and nobody struck them better, or a better strike rate than him. Good contributions from Jahangir and Van Schalkwyk. The question was, did the Harmeet Singh experiment work at number 5? I'm not so sure with 24 off 15. I would have thought that Nitish Kumar should have been up the order. Ultimately, USA will have to be satisfied with 168 for 6.
Yeah, so just looking back, it was in fact 21 off that last over. So a magical over, as we'd say on ECN. And that has lifted USA up. A little bit like Canada were able to sting in the tail last couple of overs last night. 2 wickets for Haliger, but that last over ended up costing him. He ends up going for the half century. 3 for 25, Saad bin Zafar was magnificent, wasn't he? Once again amongst the wickets. And along with Parveen Kumar, they did really well to restrict with their left arm spin. The other wicket went to Sana, who bowled reasonably well as well at 1 for 31. Akil Kumar continues his reasonably good start to international cricket. His first over went for 2, although he did end up with none for 13 off his 2 overs bowled. We'll take a break. 168 for the Stars and Stripes as both teams hope to stay alive in the series. It'll be 169 for Canada to win exactly what they scored in match 2. Should be a cracking second half. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, along with Andrew Lenny Leonard. We're back very shortly with the second half of this International T20. Hello and welcome back to the Voorbeek Cricket Ground in the Netherlands. As we get ready for the second half of match number 5, it's the United States of America versus Canada, the North American rivals doing battle a world away really here in the Netherlands. I love the windmill in the background, slightly modern variety. And we had a bit of a topsy-turvy contest in the first half of this game, USA scoring 168 for 6 off the 20 overs. Saiteja Mukamala with 52 off 27 top scoring. The youngster playing his first T20 international. And a few bit part contributions as well. Hamit Singh with 24. No one else was able to get more than 20 for the US. So Canada, well, they picked up their first win of the tour yesterday over the host, the Netherlands, in quite a big upset. They would love to go 2 for 2 and finish their tour on a high here. 169 is what they will require if they are to win this game. And funnily enough, 169 is what Canada scored in match 2 before that second innings was called off due to the rain. On that occasion, Aaron Johnson, 45, was the top scorer for Canada. Keratin, the captain, with 44 also amongst the runs. But no individual was able to score a half century the first time these two teams met in the series. There is Aaron Johnson, who's getting ready to face up. He'll be opening the batting with Kamwapal Tatskur. And the man will tell you more. Right next to me is Andrew Leonard.
Yeah, good afternoon, Vinny. Good morning to everyone watching back in Canada and USA for this all-American, all-North American derby. It should be a really good game. Don't think either side is particularly far ahead. I might not have this far from a 50-50, but for Canada, it's a golden opportunity to break a string of 5 consecutive T20I victories that USA have had, and they've all come this year. They've really got the wood over their North American rivals in recent times. A lot of this chase could come onto the shoulders of Aaron Johnson. He's had a mixed tour. Can he find some runs?
169 for the win. Time to shake, rattle and roll. USA opening with spin. And the first ball isn't scored off. Johnson, 45 on his back. Exactly what he scored the other night. Also a keeper change from the listed team with House actually taking the gloves, not captain Manik Patel.
For me, that makes sense. I think Patel's a better outfielder than House is. And House is a good gloveman.
What do you think about opening with spin? We saw the seamers struggle to make an impact early in the first half. Do you think that plays into it for USA?
I really think it's a matchup thing. I think it's we don't want to put pace on the ball to Aaron Johnson with all his power and his quality.
Big swipe across the line, and it's the end of Johnson. He won't score here in match 5. An early strike for the Canadians. It's none for one.
And that matchup works. It really does. Pace on the ball to Johnson. He looks like he can put it anywhere he wants. Spin, it's a little bit different. He's got to go to that sweep shot, or he's got to look down the ground. He doesn't choose to use his feet. He chooses to go across the line. And as a consequence, he's got to take a long walk back. It's a third ball duck and a disastrous start to this chase for Canada.
Yeah, Aaron Johnson just taking a chance there, swiping across the straight ball. And unfortunately, he won't get off the mark here. Derek provides him some unwanted company on the way back to the sheds. In Canada, well, they know this feeling, don't they? Because the other day they lost their first 2 wickets without a run on the board. That was just yesterday, in fact. Started their innings with consecutive wicket maidens. A disappointment for Johnson, who went for a second baller today. Well, went for a second ball yesterday. Today, he goes for a third ball duck.
Tough at the top. It really is. You look at even the very best players opening the batting in T20I cricket, and often they will fail. They'll certainly fail more often than they won't, if you talk about kind of a score of, let's say, 10 or 15 or less. But 2 ducks in 2 days, it's not the way Aaron Johnson would have wanted to end the tour. He showed flashes of brilliance, but not quite enough consistency that he would have liked at the top, and it will bring Dilpreet Bajwa to the crease.
And he wastes no time at all. Pops one over long on. Going, and gone all the way. Maximal. What a start for Bajwa.
Oh, what a shot. And this, for me, Aaron Johnson's going to watch this stroke and say, hold on, why didn't I do that? Why have I played across the line of a spinner who's not really turning the ball? Kenjige has been challenging the inside edge. He's just been skidding them on. He's quite flat in trajectory. Shuffle down the crease. Plonks him over long on. Simple game when you do that. Hit straight, hit in the V. You can't have men back, or too many men back, in the first power play. And just 4 balls that new Kookaburra lasted before it's gone off, well, for an early bath.
Yeah, it has. That one's been lost to the farmland. Yeah, it's a good point you make. And Kenjige, you don't think he's going to be ripping too many past the outside edge. They can kind of play the line of it. We saw the importance of a good start, USA. Certainly were able to make a bit of an impression in the power play. In the middle overs, they struggled to get too much going. Check out this shot again.
Just simple, isn't it? And again, I'm not trying to be results orientated here. If he hits that straight to mid-on, he probably gets in trouble with the coach as well. But if you're going to take risk and target an area, that's the better one, I think, to target than coming across the line of the ball. Kenjige's never going to bounce one over the stumps either. He's not a particularly tall spinner, and he bowls actually with a little bit of a dipped arm, so it tends to just bring Bold and LBW into play in a big way against the right-handers. What a shot from his first ball though, Vinny.
Confidence. Now he's going to get on the sweep. Again, he's come out and he's made his intentions very clear, hasn't he?
I will say, Vinny, he owes the team runs. He really does. I think he's fielded, well, probably the less said about his fielding on this tour, the better. But that drop, nobody ever tries to drop a catch, but he hasn't even got a hand on it in the first innings. It's very similar to a dolly that he dropped earlier in the tour too.
First ball for Tathkur, who'll knock this down the ground for 1. into the first over then. And Canada 8 for 1 after 1. Kenchigay with a successful first over.
Yeah, a nice little moment for Kanwar Pal Tathgor on his T20I debut. Finding a way to get a first run in international cricket after that abridged ODI debut. Must have been such a surreal one for him, Vinny. Debuting, having all the emotions and the drama that you think of. And then not even getting to go out and have a bat, being replaced as a concussion substitute. Here's Jesse Singh. He's going to open the bowling from the pavilion end of the ground. They need about 8 with the early loss of Aaron Johnson, the big hitter. They do bat deep today. Sad bin Safar listed to come in at number 10 on our sheet, Vinny.
Wow. Did go off the field briefly in that first innings. But I guess that was the order that was listed before a ball was bowled.
He was a top scorer yesterday, listed at 10.
It was the ultimate insurance policy yesterday, wasn't he? At one stage, Canada 6 down for 35.
It's a bit of a movable feast for Canada, isn't it? From kind of probably number 6 to number 10. Quite match dependent as to who's going to come in at what position. Hayliger has that quite awesome power, particularly down the ground. But he was held back all the way to 10 yesterday. Did get one right out of the screws, didn't he? That was a huge blow, kind of over the cow corner region.
Tathgor will counter, I suppose, Mukamala, who is also another man playing his first T20 international, given the task of opening the batting. And certainly, if he goes as well as Mukamala, he'll be pretty happy with his efforts.
Yeah, interesting one as well for Tathgor, because with the expanded squads, remember 15-player squads for this new edition of Cricket World Cup League 2, these are the T20 leg of that tour, means that you do sometimes get guys who won't get many games. Now, he didn't play in the GT20. In fact, he's never played in the GT20, whereas almost all of his teammates have. He played, I think it was 8 or 9 games on a Super 50 tour for Canada, so he has played for them before. They're not officially recognised ODIs or T20Is, obviously it's a domestic 50-over competition, that. And he had lots of starts, lots of 10s and 20s, 30s and 149 that came against the Leeward Islands and St. Kitts. But it's a big jump and a big step up, particularly when you haven't had a bat on the entire tour. And he's coming in at a critical time.
Up and over the top. What a shot by Bajra. Well, he has come out and he is going from ball one. Maximo just tapped that one over the offside for 6.
This is a stunner, and you can see why he was the only Centurion in the GT20. Look at this. It's so simple. His feet have not moved, and he's just thrown the hands at it. Comes right out of the screws, over cover, and all the way for 6. Singh's got into a horrible habit in these T20s of having a very expensive first over. Might be the case again today.
Not kicking it here. What a shot by Bajra. Yeah, our jaws hit the floor when that ball hit the bat. Flew over cover point for 6.
Stunner. Shot of the day, Vinny, for me. You might look at the technique of it and go, well, there's not much to it. But again, we talk about keeping things simple in our game.
It's funny that the coaches in the last generation have gone a little bit away from feet and talk more about the head and keeping the head still. Not that footwork isn't an important component of batting, but he was so still there. And I remember batters through the 90s when I was really following cricket as a youngster. Ijaz Ahmed had unusual technique and really no footwork at all a lot of the time. Whipped away, beats 45. That's going to be 4 more. So Bajwa continues to fire in this power play.
Well, Singh has bowled 3 overs to start his spells in the T20s. All of them have gone for double digits. He's fought back well. One of them went for 20, remember. Just not hitting his straps with that new ball and being targeted. Bajra flies to 19 off 5. It's 21 for 1. And Vinny, to build on your points, to have a quick look at the points table there, just to explain the conundrums again, or the permutations again, that if Canada win today, they'll have a chance of winning the series. But to win that series, they'd have to rely upon USA beating the Netherlands tomorrow. For USA to win the series, they have to win both of their final 2 games today, and it'll be against the hosts tomorrow. We're expecting a big crowd for Wednesday afternoon, 2 o'clock, free admission. If you're watching on from the Netherlands, have a word with your boss. Say, look, I'm going to leave at lunchtime. Get up to Voorburg to enjoy some international cricket.
Oh, I love it. I love it. No matter what happens today, the series is live going into match 6 tomorrow.
I can promise you it didn't look that way for much of the before you arrived, Vinny.
Well, when it was 35 for 6 after a few overs when I did arrive, it probably wasn't looking much like it either. If the Netherlands had beaten Canada yesterday, then the series would be done and dusted. Each individual match, regardless of the tournament situation or the series situation, still carries quite a lot of significance.
Yeah, and particularly from a T20I rankings perspective and the potential of automatic qualification for the 2018 World Cup. You might say, well, hold on, that's not the next one. But your ranking position in the cutoff in 2 years' time at the end of that next T20 World Cup, all these leading associates, realistically, with a good 2 years, could get themselves into the mix of 11th, 12th place, particularly USA, actually.
Walks at this one. There's Tathgurt in the air. Oh, and drops. Well, I mean, he seemed to have that in their hands, and it looked almost like he half deliberately released it to catch it again, but somehow this one gets away.
That's all the experience of Shadley van Schalkwijk. He just bobbled it, didn't he? He thought he was going to get it on the second attempt. He nearly got it on the third. That is a very simple chance gone begging.
Again, didn't really dive, did he? Kind of lurched forward, took it, tried to take that shin high. But yeah, maybe we can check this one again. I thought it was one of those, it was in, it was out, but he didn't get it in the middle of the hands first time. That's why it pops out. But I don't know, partly I think because he wasn't really organised with his footwork. He was hunched forward. His centre of gravity was way off. That's a big moment.
Yeah, you would not expect Van Schalkwijk to drop that. He is, well, utterly reliable with bat bowler in the field. He's got all that experience, over 100 first-class games down in South Africa. Oh, that's a bit of a howler, Vinny. Will Tathgurt make him pay?
Gets on the sweep, but doesn't get it quite right. It'll squeeze away for a single. Really could have gone anywhere. It will be the end of the over. 24 for 1 of 3. I suppose that outfield mishap, I suppose, cancels out what we saw in the first innings when we saw Canada drop something similar.
Yeah, the only difference is that was Bajwa dropping Harmeet Singh, and it didn't cost an awful lot because he plonked one straight up in the air after. Can Tathgurt make America pay and make Van Schalkwijk pay in particular? It's going to be spin from both ends. Remember, one of the spinning options for USA out of the team today. Yasser Mohammed dropped in place of Saiteja Mukamala. So it means that the bowling, or the weight of the bowling, will have to come from 3 seamers and 2 spinners, unless we see someone else turn to. Aaron Jones can bowl those little part-time leg breaks sometimes. There isn't Milan Kumar in this squad. I believe he's actually still here in the Netherlands, but he's not in the squad. He was left out of the ODI, or after the ODI series, he's left out of the T20I squad, even though he was in the World Cup squad. So there's been a few moving parts in the USA selections, as there always is. And he bowled a lot of off-spin in the ODIs. He's not an option, but they're going very early with their 8-over allocation. 3 of the first 4 overs are going to be spin, and this is as high quality as the left-arm spinners come at this level. Harmeet Singh.
Bajwa hasn't been backwards and coming forward so far in his innings. Gives up his thumps and punches this one. Yeah, neither team has hesitated to go to the slower options, have they? Early in the innings, we saw USA starting with spin. We saw Canada trying a couple of overs of seam before changing things up. Tight single, but they'll get there in the end.
I just think, though, if you're Canada and you're assessing this chase and you're trying to work out where the run's going to come from and how are you kind of piecing it together, I don't think you're going to take Harmeet Singh for his 4 for 40. So can you look at his 4 overs and say, okay, none for 1 for 24 off his 4 is okay, because you've got 12 overs of Drysdale, Van Schalkwijk and Singh to target. No disrespect to the 3 of them. Drysdale's bowled really well in phases on this tour.
Back leg, Just me. Oh, we got two at one end here. Big trouble. It's going to be a run out. And I think Bajwa's the man that's going to have to go. Well, that is a talking point. I mean, it was tight, maybe slightly heading down the leg side, but it is a complete mix-up. And I actually don't think that the striker ever leaves his crease here, Tathgur.
It's another calamity. It's the third calamitous run out we've seen on this trip. Tathgur gets back in, then Bajwa gets back in. Should be Bajwa that walks back for me.
I'm not so sure. I actually think we got to go slow down when 84 goes in. He almost gets back. Is he back already?
Tathgur's back.
But look, wait. Now he's back.
But it doesn't matter because it's when the bails come off.
No, but he was the last to be in that ground. And because he was the last to be in that ground, I think that... And I'll show you, I know what you're saying, Lenny, but I'm going to show you one more time. Run it through. Let's see who has been given out here.
Tathgur has been given out.
Yeah.
I think it should be Bajwa.
No, I'll tell you why. I'll show you one more time, okay? So what we're talking about, who is the last to go into the ground? So at this stage, you can see he's there and, okay, and I take what you're saying
Tathgur's
there.
in.
But look, at the last moment, he lifts his bat and puts it back down again. And because...
House wants Bajwa out.
Yeah, but... one more time, I'll show you. I'm going to show this. I know this is a lot to follow, but basically it's once there's only one batter in that ground, he owns the ground. So I know what you're saying. He's in there, but there's a little lift of the bat and back down. I actually think it's a correct decision.
Well, the umpires have been exceptional all tour. Whatever the case, it's a shocker. It's another howler. We have seen 3 quite remarkable run-outs, Vinny, on this tour. Nicholas Curtin comes to the crease. He's at the non-striker's end. The LBW was awfully tight. Harmeet Singh felt it was going to go on and hit leg stump. Decision was not out. Both players got caught watching the ball or watching the umpire's decision.
Yeah, it's an elementary error, really. Yet the LBW is a different conversation. I think that was very close. Just a bit like, remember, House had one first ball he faced in the first half of this game. There was just an element of doubt about it going the way of the batter, but yeah, it's a funny one. I've seen that situation happen a few times before. Even, you know, you were saying, because we do such a volume of matches, what you're talking about the stumps being broken and the tying run being scored, we've had that happen 3 or 4 times actually on the network. But that situation there is very unusual in that it actually was.
Well, we've seen 3 and 2 of them have involved Canada. And I actually can't work out which has been the worst of the 3. They've all been really poor. For the second time on this tour, 2 Canadian batters have ended up at the same end. As Curtin finds the gap beautifully. Now the outfield's quick and he will get 4. Kumar can't cut it off. Curtin is not moving particularly fluently. He's definitely done something to his lower leg, but it was just a fraction over pitch by Harmeet Singh. And look at that for a stroke. What a way to get off the mark in real style. With a gorgeous flowing boundary through the offside. Gets us to the end of the 4th over. A very dramatic one. And the score moves to, well, there's a bit of confusion over the score. We think it's 26 for 2.
We'll get back to you on that because I think that's thrown a bit of everyone. The thing with that law, this was actually, we used that once as a bit of a social media post. We said, who's out here? And it was and some people said, well, you know, this batter was there first, so they're not out, which most of the time is the case when you have 2 batters in the same ground. But that was a weird exception. I'll tell you why in a second. In that it's whoever was last to be in the ground is out. So what happened there, and I'm actually positive that Bajwa ran past and took the ground while while the other batter's there. But then the original batter lifts his bat, puts it back down.
I hear you on that front, but I don't understand why even the in-ground scorers seem to have had an issue with giving Nicholas Curtin that 4. So that's not been given to the right man. Curtin clearly hit that boundary through covers. Vinny, you might have to, you're better at all this. You might have to nip over here.
They'll catch up. Don't worry about that. But I suppose.
But Nicholas Curtin, the on-ground scoreboard, he's on 1.
Well, I don't have control over the VCC scoreboard because my Dutch is not very good. But if somebody wants to sort that out, I'm sure it'll get fixed before too long. Anyway, this is clipped away and a brilliant catch. Wonderful fielding from USA, and Curtin Well, he's going to have to go now. But how about that? And Kenjige has another wicket.
Well, Nitish Kumar has taken the catch here. Just one thing that's going to be interesting to watch in the follow-through, Vinny. Now, he's done well, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's kept his thumb and forefinger underneath the ball. It was the Mitchell Stark one that got everyone rushing to the low books. I thought for a moment he might have just placed that ball on the ground. Despite clearly taking the catch cleanly, you then can't just place it on the turf, and he's done well.
That's true. And you and I are cut from the same cloth. I was looking for the same thing, but either by luck or design, he does kind of use that hand to break his landing, but the ball stays elevated above the turf. So, yeah, Canada, after a promising start, lost a couple of quick ones.
Well, they're absolutely self-imploding here, and as so often has been the case when Cherry Asmova's come to the crease, he's dealing with a crisis again. Remember, a few days ago they were 35 for 6, and somehow, that was yesterday, sorry, 35 for 6. They somehow turned that around to a victory. Don't think Curtin's going to be delighted with the shot. Great catch from Nitish Kumar. He's a good athlete. No big celebrations for him. Of course, he's playing against the country of his birth. The country learnt all his cricket in. Represented them as a 17-year-old at a World Cup in 2011. Nitish Kumar. And what we'll see is Mova come to the crease yet again with his side in crises. And it's a bit of a self-inflicted crisis, this one, because the run out aided by, I know Curtin was struggling with his leg, but that's not a great shot. It's a giveaway shot to one speared into his legs. Canada, the finishing line looks a long way away right now.
Over pushes, gets one first ball. I'm just thinking now the dust settled on Tathgar. He'll be taking off the pads, wondering where it all went wrong there. Just a little bit of an elementary error there. Probably distracted by the appeal, lost eye contact with his partner. Ends up costing him his wicket. Bit of an ethical dilemma he had as well, Tathgar on debut. Because I suppose in that situation, if you get to choose who's out, then you can't sacrifice Bajwa. But also, it's his only opportunity to get a hit in the series, and to have to give that up in the end, whether it was intentional or not, kind of just broke contact with his ground momentarily. And that's the reason he's out.
Yeah, and the eagle-eyed Rizwan Akram got it spot on the money. Kenjige's bowled all 3 in the power play from that paddock end. He's got 2 for 13. It's 32 for 5, and USA have Canada in a stranglehold.
27 days to go until our Euros of cricket, and we don't mind if you're not in Europe if you want to watch it, because we do go worldwide. I know that Willow TV have carried that before, but regardless, you can normally catch the action on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and we'd encourage everyone to get around that tournament. 32 European nations. Obviously, we're pretty excited by the 20-team World Cup in the T20 recently, but we have 32 countries doing battle over 127 matches, and ultimately we'll find our European champion. England 11 are the defending champions in the Premier Division, and they are made up of players that are kind of, I suppose, England's best amateurs is probably the way I would put that, even though there are a few semi-professional players in there. And that'll all start on the 23rd of September from the beautiful Cardamom Oval in Malaga, Spain. Jassi Singh comes back. Last over the power play coming up.
Well, interesting to see that Patel's gone to Singh here with the 2 right-handers in now. He kind of almost got a bonus wicket there, didn't he, of bowling what in theory shouldn't be a great matchup. Curtin, who tends to murder left-arm spin, has given it away. Easy catch at mid-wicket, or a good catch at mid-wicket, but just a bit of a tame shot, wasn't it? So now, rather than continue with Harmeet Singh, he's going to go to Jassi Singh and just try to get through one. You're wide down the leg side. For Canada, they just haven't done anything easily this tour. Even that win yesterday, it was thanks to a miraculous effort with the bat to scrap and scrape up to 130. And even on a tricky pitch, the new pitch that was cut specially for that one and only T20I there at SV Kampong in Utrecht, we didn't expect that to be enough. But Netherlands' one weakness, that lower middle order, just couldn't answer when the top order failed.
Plays this off the tiptoes. Over, away for another one. Bajwa. Okay, has lost a partner due to that run out, but has made a bright start, 23 off 15. He feels he can continue in this same vein. Canada can stay on top, but this game is right up for grabs at the moment.
I would think that USA finding 3 in the power play will think they're big favourites. We know Canada bat deep. They've shown fight with their middle and lower order at points. They still have the likes of Harsh Thacker to come. But it's just a case of can they do it quickly enough, Vinny? So it'll get to 10 and over required very quickly. And who's going to play the knock that's kind of striking at 200 to keep that rate within check or keep that rate within compass?
That's what we saw with the Netherlands yesterday. They just let it creep and creep and creep and creep, and no one was really prepared to make a stand and risk something to get something.
With Curtin out, I'm not sure who's going to score runs quickly off Harmeet Singh either.
Well, this is a good shot, and Bajwa answers the call. Just a bit of length to work with there. He opened up that front side really expertly. Maybe a slight pace-off rolling cutter there from Jassi Singh, but it goes to the boundary.
It's definitely the off-cutter, and he's definitely picked it. He's picked it a long way away, and as a consequence, he knew it was just going to sit up to be hit. Okay, it's a bit agricultural. It's through that sort of cow corner, wide, long-on region, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Very effective. Bajwa, I think he understands that he owes Canada runs.
Fraction short again. This is going to run away. It'll be back-to-back boundaries as Bajwa. Well, he has been a difference maker so far for Team Canada.
And clever batting because the man at mid-wicket had just come significantly straighter. Bajwa saw that. He took a little shuffle outside his off stump and he got it even squarer. Again, taking advantage of the power play from the penultimate delivery of it. Back-to-back boundaries. It's his last chance, really, to make up to his team all those errors he had in the field. And wouldn't he love to find not just a 50 plus, maybe something even bigger than that. We've seen when he gets in, he can go big. The sole centurion in that GT20.
He's really attacking at the moment, isn't he? That's last ball of the power play. Won't get a run there, but he does get 31 off his stick in the first 6, and Canada are 42 for 3.
So 127 required at about 9 and over. You look at the depth of this batting lineup, but I have no idea how this is going to line up from here. We're speculating really that it could be Harsh Thacker at 6, Parveen Kumar at 7, Dylan Haydigger at 8, Akhil Kumar at 9, Sad Bin Safar, the top scorer from yesterday, all the way down at 10. It'll depend on the scenario and the situation. I don't think they'll want Haydigger in with 10 or 12 overs left. They might quite like him with an Andre Russell-esque sort of 4 or 5 overs left. And for USA, they're going to say, Kenjige, he hasn't had the greatest series in the T20Is with the ball. We're just going to bowl him out because he's been so effective today. Use those overs up. He'll bowl 4 on the bounce. It's the Kalimulla-esque effort with the new ball from the paddock end.
When you're hot, you're hot. I don't want him to cool down. Novak works this away behind square for 1.
It's something you don't see at the higher echelons of the T20I game too much. I know this is the top level, this is international cricket, but the talk of somebody for a South Africa or an India or an England or a West Indies in a T20I bowling 4 on the bounce won't happen too often.
Cracks this leg side and beats the fielder. Bajwa, well, he is on a heater, isn't he? 35 and counting.
And the reason they won't bowl 4 in a row too often is they think the batters will get used to the pace and they'll be very settled against them. Bajwa's faced most of that out there. It's another one that I think is going to be lost into the bushes or behind the bushes. Our man with the briefcase, it's not a deal or no deal. There's not $1 million in there. It's just a box of varied kookaburras.
I would say the contents are priceless, though. Geez, you might want to go and replenish the box, though, because we've lost a few today, haven't we? I know we're known for going through several dozen balls, even more at our T10 tournament. Certain grounds, actually, for example, when we play in Barcelona at the Olympic Baseball Stadium, once it gets hit over the fence, it's lost to the city, and we've got no idea where the balls end up. We end up going through quite a few. I suppose with Kenjige, though, his last 2 overs have gone for 2 and 3, and so you know, I'm with bowling him out here. I think that the batters haven't established they can take him down.
Yeah, but again, I think the concept is that the difference is that Bajwa's settled against him. And Bajwa, even though there's 5 in the deep, Bajwa might try and go bang bang here. And the alternative would be when Bajwa gets out. If he gets out, then you bring him in for a spin. Good break and play, gives us a good chance to say hello to everyone watching live. Great numbers again, Vinny, over 5,000 concurrently on the official European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Plenty more, thousands, probably hundreds of thousands more watching on Willow TV. Great to have all your company. And if you do want to say hello, just let us know where you're watching from in that chat, because it always helps us to give a sense of the cricketing world
I
around
like
us.
Corbett said he's been enjoying the specific discussion we had on the right-hand versus left-handed matchups, and cricket isn't the kind of game where we talk. Well, historically, you don't really talk in one-on-one matchups, but the shorter the game gets, the more important they can be. And I suppose, and in cricket, as we were talking about with the Harmeet situation in the first innings, in cricket you can't always determine who's on strike. Okay, that's an interesting baseball versus cricket comparison where baseball you can bring in a certain pitcher for a certain batter and vice versa.
I love this comment from the Road to Test Cricket too. He says they're dropping the easy catches and taking the hard ones. Bit of truth to that, isn't there?
Circle of life.
Also, big shout out to plenty of fans tuning in from Nepal. Namaste, and a big hello to everyone there. Lovely to see Sagar Dakal watching on. And bowls left arm spin for the national team. I think it might be the Sagar Dakal, judging on the little profile pic as well. We'll see him, I would suspect, in action next month in Canada. The elite associate sides, Vinny, they're the best they've ever been, aren't they?
Definitely, and I think the 20 Team World Cup showed that. I'm very, very excited by some of these upsets. And it's still, I know I work heavily in developing cricket countries, and so I suppose it's my universe, but I still think in some of the major countries, there's not a lot known about what happens outside the bigger countries.
So do have a question as well. And actually, I love when these questions come in, because sometimes we use phrases that are just baked into us, aren't they, from a young age in cricket, and other people are newer to the sport. As I'll get a couple with really well judged 2. Kenjige is going to finish his 4-over spell with 2 for 22. The 50 comes up, it's 51 for 3. So I love this question from Arai, who says, Lenny, what do you mean by agricultural when you're describing a shot?
Good question.
And it's a great question. The background to that is you'll generally describe a shot as agricultural when it's hacking across the line. When I say hacking, it's not a shot necessarily that will be in the coaching manuals. It's an agricultural hack, and the origin of it is that sometimes when you're doing that, you'll take out a bit of the pitch. A bit like a plough.
See, I thought...
So you have a hack across the line.
I hear what you're saying. So I was going to say it's any kind of shot that's not that pretty.
No,
and particularly it's the hack to mid-wicket, which is...
Yes.
And now speaking of agriculture, of course, spring production, as soon as we started talking about the animals... though we did have some horses in the background. They've gone
what are they?
asleep for a while.
Geese? That's on the athletics track just to the side of us.
Could be geese. Well, what a start to the over. Over goes reverse and he gets 4.
Yeah, that's the opposite of agricultural, but it's very innovative, isn't it? From Sherry Asmova. What a tour he is having. Gets into the position quite early. It's the kind of Joe Root-esque reverse ramp. Gets it round the corner. There's only one man behind square on the offside. Get it past him, you'll get good reward. And it's 4 and immediate pressure on Van Schalkwyk.
Yeah, it's an ambitious shot, wasn't it? See, I always thought that, and this is where I know sometimes there's disputes about where these things come from, and sometimes they can both be true, or they can all be true.
Or sometimes we make them up.
Sometimes.
That's not bad either.
But I always just thought that at like an agricultural shot, or a shot to cow corner, if you will, was because it's from like a lower level of cricket where you tend to see those shots a bit more often.
And maybe there's a bit of truth to the fact that some of those people might be from a farming background. Plenty of farming background.
Or the kind of
cricket in Ireland.
Cricket you would see in a field somewhere, not particularly high level, going back.
It's without technique. That's probably the best.
And it's because naturally, kind of biomechanically, it's a natural kind of swing of the bat to swing your bat we'd say to the leg side, but a bit like a tennis shot with a kind of natural pull to it. It's hard to describe without using the terms, right?
Corbett Harold says, are those Canadian geese?
Well, they might have flown a long way to be here.
You never know.
I've got a question here, which it's more of a comment from Julian. I'd like to get your thoughts on it as someone that kind of straddles the levels of cricket, saying he still thinks there's still a lot of patronising chat from some of the bigger countries too, which annoys him. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, and look, particularly a lot of associate countries will get upset with the term minnow. People use that, and they use it in a demeaning way. Some of the associate countries don't overly like the term associate either.
Cut away into the gap. They'll take on the arm, and they'll get back. It was very quick.
Good running for two there. I actually like to use the term associate for a couple of reasons. One, I think it's an empowering term when it's used in a positive way to describe the brilliance of the men and women that play associate cricket, because baked into that, when you understand, all that associate means is that they're associate members of the ICC.
Yeah.
They're not full members of the ICC. And the reason I like to use it is it's a key part of who they are. They don't get the same funding. I wish they got the same scale of funding and had the same scale of opportunities the full members do.
Slightly short, pulled away with some power, and that'll be 4 more to Mova, who's gone up a gear, and Canada sitting pretty at the moment after 8 overs. They're 63 for 3. Certainly a better start run rate-wise than this time yesterday.
And these are the overs to target, the ones of Van Schalkwyk and Singh, and we remember, remarkably, we haven't seen Janoy Drysdale yet. He's likely going to have to bowl 4 overs. So Canada hanging around in this chase, and if anything, maybe just nudging ahead despite those 3 wickets that they've lost. They'll need just over 100 from the remaining 12. Game on again. Harmeet Singh's overs, though, they loom on the horizon. But yeah, Vinny, I like to use the term as a really positive thing. It helps to get across the scale of sacrifice, the scale of challenge, the scale of difference between the facilities and the funding and the fixtures and the opportunities that the full members have, as opposed to the challenges and the hurdles that the associate players have to battle. It also describes a style of cricket that is highly dramatic, highly entertaining, sometimes highly unpredictable, and it's never not entertaining. And I will agree with the comment absolutely that sometimes there's condescension and comments that are unhelpful from those in and around the full member world. I think they're less and less now than ever before, and I think there's a better understanding, particularly from some very big names in the cricketing world. Your Ian Bishops, your Michael Athertons, these guys, important voices in our cricketing world who recognise how brilliant these men and women are that play associate cricket, how much more opportunity and equality they deserve. Cannot wait to see Scotland next month in the Women's T20 World Cup that's been moved to the UAE, and it's my favourite version of the game. I just adore it.
I think that comes through in everything you do and everything that you're involved in. When you describe it that way, I think it's important that you make a distinction between the kind of assistance and facilities and all that goes with it of the next tier of countries compared to that top tier. And I'm normally not a huge fan of, I'm definitely not really a fan of minnows. Associate, again, anything for me.
I think it depends how you use it, but if you can use it as an empowering term, which is something I've tried to do ever since I started this, even before I started any commentary when I was an administrator, a coach, a player. I think when you own it like that, it's actually it's a powerful thing.
Yeah, but I'll tell you something, is that the spectrum of cricket and standards and funding and all of these things, actually in associate cricket, which is, let's say, countries 13 to 90,
13 to 108
now, is much greater in variation than actually the top level, than the full member level. Tries the reverse again. This one maybe just angling down the leg side. Harmeet, by the way, has been swung around to that top end.
And Harmeet Singh, he just can't understand how he can't get an LBW decision going for him. He is furious. He wears his heart in his sleeve out there. Sometimes, Vinny, I have to say, he pushes the envelope and he goes quite close to the line. He was convinced this was out.
I mean, with that ang's very wide of the crease. We don't really get a look at the exact impact. It did look to kind of be outside off, but I mean, obviously we can't really judge.
Rizwan Akram, I think, might be indicating it's missing leg, but if anything, on the replay, it's difficult from the reverse angle.
Yeah, we don't see the actual impact. Gets a good massage from Aaron Jones, though, and that'll calm anyone down.
Oh, I tell you, you have to love the passion on show. That's the other thing you see in the associate game. Every ball matters.
Speaking of passion, did you see the passionate shot by Carlos Brathwaite the other day?
Well,
Cayman Islands.
I did, and I know Carlos well as a guy who played against him. I've commentated with him. I adore him as a man. I think he's obviously let himself down a little bit there.
I think he'd be the first to admit. But
yeah,
I think maybe people don't necessarily. This isn't condoning it in any way, shape or form, but
the decision was probably the wrong one. He got given out caught off the shoulder.
When you're out in cricket, I know these days with a shorter form, sometimes it's not as big a deal, but it can be. Getting out really tests your resilience as a human being sometimes, especially if you feel it's unjust, especially if you feel it's, let's just say the disappointment can boil over. I often think, you could use the temporary insanity defence if anything that happens a minute after you're dismissed. But I think Carlos might be in a bit of hot water about that one.
Yeah, and look, I thought the only good thing about it, and I would never condone, going against an umpire's decision or breaking the spirit of cricket. I'm a big spirit of cricket man. I think it's a vital part of our game. The biggest argument I despise more than anything is when people say to you, well, what is the spirit of cricket? Nobody knows what it is. It's literally written down. It's the preamble to the laws. Just go and read it. If you don't understand what it is, go and read it. Yeah. Because it's written in black and white by the MCC, the guardian of the laws for the game. So anyway, that's a slight side rant.
Something that came across my desk. But I think you're exactly right. And spirit of cricket means different things to different people. Even with the preamble and with all that, though, there's an intangibility to it as well.
No, I get that.
So,
but people pretend it's this makey-uppy thing. It's actually physically written down. It's in the preamble to the laws. Here's Drysdale for the first time today. He'll likely have to bowl 4 of the last 11. But as a consequence, I wouldn't condone, what Carlos has done. We can all have our weak moments. I had plenty on them as the field when I was getting smashed around various parts of Ireland or England or Australia. And I think what it does show is that players care wherever they're playing. Carlos is in the latter stages of his career. He's kind of combining playing with some commentary, and he's still desperate to do his best for whatever team he's playing for. That was I think it was a 10-over competition in the Cayman Islands.
Max 60.
There you are, whatever that is. And
take on the mid-off there, and I'll get there thanks to the fumble.
So it shows these players still care. They're also all human. And if you look at the schedule these days, Vinny, I know the World Cricketers Association have come out. They often come out with these statements of calling on the administrators to look at the calendar. It is brilliant. There's more cricket than ever. It's fantastic in some ways, but it can be tough on players who are, away 300 plus days of the year. And, we're all human. We have our stresses. Cricket's a difficult game. When you go through a run, particularly with the bat, a run of low scores, it can be mentally incredibly tough.
Definitely. I mean, the emergence of short form cricket and the like it's caused this kind of saturation, if you like, where players are being forced into uncomfortable choices. For example, the South African Test team that went to New Zealand recently was without a lot of their top choice places, or any of them. Takes this on down the ground, but it'll be a one-hopper down there to Jesse Singh.
Not Mova's natural game, is it? The power. He's more of a touch and finesse and a paddle and a scooper. Got to say that this is as active as we've seen the live chat. USA versus Canada, the oldest rivalry in sport. Bringing them all out. PJ Goodalls. Well, he's a legend of the game. I have to promote him to be my PR man.
I'm happy to see PJ in there, but he has been given a breather for 300 seconds due to one comment.
Oh no,
and PJ, we'd love for you to come back.
He's like Harmeet Singh. He just pushes the envelope sometimes.
Let's just say the chat was the helmet and PJ is Carlos. Anyway, this is lifted up, leg side. It doesn't quite carry again. Down to Jahangir.
Yeah, Phil Melky says, my favourite Lennyism is that he's made a dog's dinner of that. And I don't know if I said that about Dilpreet Bajwa's attempt at the catch earlier, but that was the fitting description.
Yeah.
The one Peter Della Penna gets stuck into me for, I say absolutely disgusted with that quite a lot.
Yeah,
when you're on air so much, sometimes, as you know better than anyone,
For sure.
you fall into similar phrases sometimes.
Right now he wants to ramp. This time he'll get it. He'll get it pretty good. You said that's his game, the touch. He's got a great eye. They didn't get a boundary to that point, but they do get one to finish the over. And at the end of 10, Canada are 73 for 3. And, well, gives us an opportunity to welcome you back into the box. Quickly, we'll have a look with what's happening in Austria tomorrow. I know you like some of these names, and I'm excited because Sherry Punjab are going to be playing for the first time ever on
Sherry
ECN.
Punjab.
Yeah.
Where are they playing from?
They're a Vienna-based club in Austria.
I do like the Cricketer CC.
Cricketer CC is good.
Big fan of that.
SNASI is actually an acronym, the Siva Nataraja Academy. They'll be playing. You got Vienna Danube.
SNASI.
SNASI, yeah.
Is that SNASI CC?
SNASI? I think it's just SNASI.
Okay.
But also, we saw Donnerstadt playing this morning.
All T10 again there?
All T10, and each game is as long as a football match or a soccer match, depending on where you're watching from. And it starts tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, with Andrew Leonard. And this game, again, at a bit of a crossroads. Canada, if you look at the run rate, they're slightly behind where they need to be, but they do have a player there hitting the ball really well.
Yeah, look, Badger is going to be important, but equally Sherry Esmova's kind of ability to pick up at least one boundary per over. The run rate is starting to spiral. Canada, huge opportunity. You have to remember, if you're looking at the scorecard in recent matches, the last 8 times these two have played in official internationals, USA have won all 8 across formats.
Hey, speaking of streaks, I'll tell you something else that came across my desk. Spain registering 14 T20 international wins in a row is a record
I thought you were going
streak.
down the streaking route there,
Yeah,
Vinny.
down the streaking route. I think I'm allowed to do it. I don't want to cop a 300-second timeout at PJ. But 14 T20 wins in a row. But here's the cruel part of it. Actually, they were eliminated from the tournament because one of their games was a washout against Denmark, who had also won their other 3 games, and due to their superior net run rate, it meant that Spain are out of the qualifiers. How do you feel about that?
And look, nobody wants to see that. It's a horrible way to be knocked out. I don't know if ICC Europe might look at that, and they might say, well, hold on, we're supposed to have 5 teams in our final next summer, which could well be hosted here in the Netherlands, by all accounts. We'll have to wait to see who bids for that and how that's announced. But with Scotland having hosted the last one, you'd think, and Ireland not being in this one, you'd think that Scotland with the Dutch have a real chance of hosting that. But you just wonder, will they look at it and say, well, hold on, are we better having 6 teams? Do we take the next highest ranked non-qualifier, which would give Spain kind of a repechage chance? They'd really deserve it. They're playing some great cricket.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. I just think with the format of that sub-regional, it's in Guernsey at the moment, they have playing day, rest, playing day, rest. And I just think if you had a washout without a ball being bowled, it'd be pretty dirty. If I was either team, not have that rest day as a reserve day, I don't know. I just feel like there must be a better way to do it.
Yeah, I think there's considerations regarding, obviously all these games are broadcast now, and crew days and production days and all that. But yeah, certainly with rest days in between and great facilities in Guernsey, you do feel sorry for Spain. But great credit to Denmark. They're a good side. Hamid Shah is an outstanding cricketer. Nikolai Damgaard as well, who's plying his trade in Irish domestic cricket. He'll be a formidable force. You'd almost probably make them favourites over Guernsey, despite Guernsey hosting that final. But ultimately, only one can go through.
Yeah, and Guernsey obviously did have a slip up during that group stage as well.
To Finland. Yeah, Finland only didn't advance to the final on net run rate.
Yeah, in the end. Had to do something crazy against Bulgaria today. Oh, little leading edge pop back. But Rover will survive end of another over. And after 11, Canada, 78 for 3.
Yeah, Guernsey beat Estonia a couple of days ago. And for Finland, it was, in essence, close to impossible. Even though they won by 125 runs, they've come up short by about 0.8. These are the net run rates and the points tables. In the Tri-Series here. The net run rate's not going to matter if one of these sides will end up winning it on either 5 or 6 points. Only the Dutch can get to 6, but either Canada or USA could get to 5, and it could be enough.
Yeah, very happy this series still alive. Obviously, I just came in for the second half of it, and the Netherlands, they'll be desperate to make amends. They certainly did a bit of a number on the US attack, didn't they, on Sunday? Scoring 217 off their 20 overs. Drysdale gets the second over. First one fraction short, slightly misjudged. So I was getting, you're talking about language before, and you're talking about, what you fall into some of the same expressions and the same vernacular. But on ECN, we almost have developed, kind of organically developed, an alternative vocabulary for things that we see around the traps that you might not see so much, even at the top level associate level or obviously or above.
I suppose the fact that it's T10 cricket played on artificials generally.
Artificial, but even the standard of fields, obviously, it's quite variable.
Outfields, you mean,
Of outfields, yeah. Whipped away here. Should be a couple down to deep backward square. So, for example, a tortuga. Do you know what a tortuga is?
Some kind of pasta?
Sounds like it. It's actually Spanish for tortoise. And when there's a bad bounce in the field, which some of these fields, I mean, some of them, they're not even allowed to be watered some places. And you get some very unpredictable bounces. And so, we say you got to watch out. We'll call it a tortuga. If the field has done everything right, the ball bounces over his shoulder.
Maybe I was thinking of Fuseli.
That's very... You're making me hungry. It did come from Rome, actually. You're making me hungry. But there's a few others. I mean, one of them, we have certain expressions like a magical over, which is 20 plus over, which obviously
I've heard you use that one.
In these conditions doesn't happen too often. But for example, we had a magical over to finish the first innings there, 21 coming off that one. There's a cool expression that we say in T10 cricket that it all happens in the 9th, but we do kind of change that to it all happens in the 19th when we're doing T20s. But it's been a fun part of the whole experience. Obviously, we've got our pet duck, Derek, which everyone's trying to stay away from. Down the leg side, this one will be called.
USA, they'll be reasonably comfortable, but they'd love a wicket. They'd love just a way to break this partnership. Mova's played nicely, provided good support. What a tour he has had. 10 and over. It's within compass. It definitely is with the power they have to come. They just need to break this partnership, USA.
I noticed Ravinder Pal's not in the lineup today. I enjoyed his hitting.
Reason for that, he's got a nasty bruise, Vinny.
Lifted up and out of the ground. That's a very good hook shot. In fact, it's going to be one bounce for. Almost goes all the way, but what it does do, it brings Bajwa to his 50. And from ball one, he has attacked. That one you actually do see just inside the rope. But a magnificent half century, keeping Canada in this contest.
Well, I love a good redemption story in cricket, and it's going to be just that if Bajwa can pull off this chase. He has had a horror show in the field, dropped another catch today. Well, I haven't been keeping a tally, but it would be minus 40 or 50 in the runs that he's conceded in the field. But he's brought up 50 off just 35 balls. And he's got a big chance at redemption. If he's there at the end of this innings, Canada, they should win it. And they should finish this tour on a high with hopes of maybe taking the T20I title. And who would have thought that when they were 35 for 6 yesterday?
Bajwa scored 38 of his 50 runs on the leg side as well. So it has kind of favoured that region, particularly strong through mid-wicket and mid-on. Used the wrist nicely. John Drysdale, last ball of the 12th. Fortunate one, French cut, a run on contact, and Bajwa will retain the strike, moves to 53, 12 overs in, Canada 90 for 3.
We're just getting our graphics corrected up. Vinny is spot on. I think it is 90 for 3. We've had a few challenging ones for the scorers today, and yet the hilarious comments are continuing in the live chat. PJ Goodall's got a power rankings of the commentators' outfits, and he says Andrew Leonard is second best in the best dress category.
Top 2.
Of 2.
I mean, I did have a bit of a crack at you saying, I was asking if you were commentating today or if you were the anti-corruption officer.
I had a few laundry challenges this morning,
good,
which have now arrived.
Your clothes are looking good. Shame is they're in the plastic bag behind us. How did you get we've moved hotels. How did you get the laundry sorted?
Well,
not using your contacts.
The KNCB team have been exceptional. They really have.
All
Yeah,
right.
I've got to give a big shout out to Pam Mulder, to everyone from the office and actually the 3 clubs across this tour, both formats, Voorburg, VOC and Rotterdam, exceptional.
Yeah.
And just love the setup there in Kampong and Utrecht. You probably won't meet 3 nicer clubs to go around. I really mean that.
So Pam's
Superb.
organising your laundry. If you need a snack at 10 p.m, are you also get her on the phone like room service?
Not at
Is that
all.
how
She's
you're
got
using,
enough to be dealing
is that
with
how
the
you're using the
event. Or
KNCB?
she just kindly made for some arrangements for
The
me.
Andrew Leonard rider, I think it's growing because your reputation around the game, obviously, you're considered one of the top commentators going around, and rightly so. It's,
We don't do compliments in Ireland, so we can move swiftly on.
yeah.
We can move.
well, it wasn't going to be a compliment, but I'll move on anyway. 8 overs to go. Look, they need 81 to win here off 8 overs, the 10 and over. You mentioned they do have the power to do that, but one thing that was kind of lacking from the Netherlands in this kind of situation yesterday is that they weren't really proactive in taking a risking their wicket to try and bring that boundary. Feel with Canada, with these two as well, it shouldn't be a problem. They should be at least attempting to get a move on. They won't want that rate to creep out too much further at all.
And what a game this is going to be for Shadley van Schalkwyk. He's probably a little bit fighting to kind of stay in the mix here. He wasn't in the original T20I squad, remember. Now, he has picked up 4 wickets in his 2 games thus far, but he's gone at an economy rate of very close to 10.
Oh, takes this on and absolutely pounds it just out of the grasp of the fielder. And it's going to be 4 runs. Pitches just inside. Good contact there from Bajwa. I suppose the fielder did it pretty well to get so close.
Pretty agricultural, wasn't it? Just a hack across the line, but ever so effective.
It just crept away. It wasn't too far away, but you can see there, just inside the boundary. Now squeezed away to short third for just a single.
It was given as 4, wasn't it, correctly by...
Was given as 4. It's good eyes from the umpire.
I don't know how our umpires have got almost everything right this trip. They really have been exceptional, these two. The 2 premier locally based Dutch umpires. Rizwan Akram celebrated his 50th T20I recently. I think Nitin Bhathi's had an exceptional series too. They had some tough stuff in the ODIs. Actually, Rowley Black had plenty of difficult decisions to adjudicate on the Irish umpire, but he's headed back, and the 2 Dutch umpires are doing themselves proud here.
Over manoeuvres this one for another single. I suppose that 10 and over, if you can find 2 boundaries in the over, you're typically winning the over, aren't you? If you can only get the 1, though, especially if it's a 4, you're probably not getting the 10.
You definitely need 1 at least, but these 3 remaining overs of Van Schalkwyk are the ones to target for me. He doesn't have express pace. Yes, he's clever and he's canny, and he'll bowl lots of little leg cutters and change-ups, but if he misses the block hole or the change-up, you can take him down.
Premeditated little jinx shot there, but gets none of it. That'll be a leg bite.
Much stiller day than we saw throughout the entirety of the 4 matches up at Utrecht. The wind came into the game in a big way. Here, very much less so. There's a little wind turbine to the side of us. It's barely moving, Vinny. Very still, sheltered by all those trees from the paddock end. So there isn't kind of either end of the ground you're trying to target, unlike Utrecht.
Driven just over the top of the fielder. Not really timed, so it won't go for 4. We'll pick up 2.
Yasser Mohammed on as a sub fielder. Try and get a check as to who has gone off.
Yeah, well, there's the windmill. Not the traditional Dutch windmill, but certainly a feature of this country.
Probably one of the highlights of my stints with Peter de la Penna for the ODIs. I know he's watching. He'll give out to me for this. He called Michael van Gerwen Michael van Gerken. that we were talking about.
Another lookalike of yours, by the way.
Correct.
Over again.
And we had a pretty significant disagreement as to how quickly the windmill was spinning. I said that it was only doing a full rotation once every something like 8 to 10 seconds. And he's like, no, much quicker than that. It's every 4 or 5. He got out the stopwatch and it was 9.
Those 50 over games. They
go a bit longer, yeah. So you've lots to talk
No,
about.
I want to say hello to Peter, by the way. 13 overs down, 98 for 3. Looking at the bowlers, Kenji Gaze bowled out 2 for 22. Just the 5 used so far.
We have a little bit of a Tony Gregg and
I've heard you go.
Bill Lawry thing dynamic going, which there's just a bit of niggly-naggro. Off the field, we're great pals, but on air, we don't often take similar points of view on a cricket match.
I think that's healthy.
I love it, to be honest.
I'm going to say I'm a PDP head.
He has some obtuse readings at points.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
But that's
which I enjoy as
it's
well.
good television.
Yeah, no, it definitely is. This is the gamble I spoke about. They only picked 5 bowlers today, and we haven't seen him all tour, but in the 7th match of it, Aaron Jones is going to have a bowl. Now, he bowls little leg breaks. They can at points be expensive as, oh, look at that. What's that up there? A little sheep, is it?
Agricultural.
Yeah.
Have you any wool? Anyway, here is Jones. I meant to bring this up before. You talked about John Boy. I'm a bit of a John Boy fan.
Oh, he does
So
great
Jimmy
breakdowns,
O'Brien.
doesn't he? Yeah.
Do you know where I've seen Aaron play more than cricket? Is ball in play league.
Yeah.
Do you even know what I'm talking about?
I do.
Lenny?
I've never watched it. Not a big... Well, I watch a bit of YouTube stuff. Don't know why I've never
If
watched
I
it.
had a commentary bucket list, ball in play league is in my top 3. Right. Well, tries the reverse, and it's going to backfire. Bajwa falls for 56, and Jones, well, ball in play, and it cracks the pad of the batter. They break the partnership.
And
USA 99 for 3.
Captain is elated. Badger is not. He's going to find himself in trouble too. I don't think that's hit the bat. He's trying to claim it's hit the bat. You can't remonstrate like that with the umpire. He's got to 50, hasn't got much more. He thinks he's got a scrape on the under edge. He's furious as he walks off. Harmeet Singh gives him a pat on the back. But Mayank Patel went to his vice-captain. He doesn't bowl very often, hasn't bowled in a long time, but it's a 7th T20I wicket. Should it have been given out's the question.
Well, he hits him on the foot eventually, but where does it go first? I mean, it's not something that our cameras will be able to pick up. I mean, I wouldn't have
Was it an under edge maybe?
potentially. And obviously his reaction seems pretty genuine, but I mean, you got to call it as you see it. It wasn't what I'd call a huge deflection, but unfortunately for Bajwa, it's the end of his innings.
It was a tossed up leg break, flighted, wasn't it? Now, is there a deflection off the bat? That's the question. We're getting a 4th look at this, remember?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if I saw his reaction, so I'm definitely biased looking for it when I see it there. But I think the umpire real time, partly you got to go on what you hear. Obviously, you got to go on what you see. He didn't see an edge, and if there's no edge, I think it's out.
Well, I'll tell you something. If there is no edge, it's plumb as they come because it's hit him on the full on the toe. Whether that's off the deflection of an under edge of the bat, we don't know. If it's not, and that's on the full on the toe, the umpire has to interpret that the ball will go straight on the angle that it's travelling.
True.
You cannot predict any spin that may or may not have been there. And as a consequence, that was going to be that. I just forget about whether it's out or not. I just question the shot choice. You've got a part-time, slow leg break bowler bowling. Are you not better coming down at him? And you would have turned that into a full toss. Again, okay, a little bit of hindsight and hitting it through a favourite area of Dilpreet Bajwa's between long on and mid-wicket where there's a 40, 50-yard gap. I don't know why he needed to take on the reverse, having only a look at Jones's second ball.
Yeah, and it was a very difficult ball to sweep or reverse sweep the length that it was. Mova in the driver's seat now. Pushes the call, but it goes pretty quickly long off. They'll only get a single.
Harsh Thacker, the new man, at number 6. They're going to hold back both Parveen Kumar and the likes of Sad bin Safar. Dylan Hayligger, the other options. Probably a little bit early for him.
Jones just moving the field slightly. He's going to move the deep cover around and push the cover in the circle more to point, protecting more in front of the wicket. Canada, obviously, they'll be keen to finish well in this game and finish their tour on a high.
Now, Sad bin Safar is strapping them on. Hayligger already has them on, and I think that's Parveen Kumar, isn't it? Maybe we'll see Hayligger next, whatever the case. They realise that this required run rate is starting to escalate. It's a good little gamble, isn't it, from Mayank Patel? It's paid off. Might just be the one over at Jones. 1 for 4.
102 for 4 after 14. I think they maybe learned from yesterday when they actually did have a crack at the last couple of overs. And even though they were pretty much out of wickets, they were 7 down starting the 19th. They were 8 down starting the 20th. But they were able to hit sixes, those lower order. So you'd rather be proactive here. And with 6 wickets in hand and batting all the way down, and it might not be your sort of batting that's you'd bank on to to play through 10 to 12 overs in innings, but they don't have to. They just need to hit enough. 11.16 required off the last 6 overs.
I like the move from Monank Patel to get a 6th bowler in, whoever it is. It almost, for me, didn't matter who it was. It's just to give that bit of flexibility so that he doesn't have to bowl 12 combined between Van Schalkwyk, between Janoy Drysdale and between Jesse Singh. Because with due respect to all 3 of them, Drysdale in particular has really impressed us on this tour. They're all kind of medium pace. They're not Ali Khan pace. They don't have that extra yard of pace. They're not Chris Soule by any stretch. So it just gives a bit of flexibility. If Patel feels one of those 3 is going the distance, he doesn't have to bowl them all 4. And in fact, he might think of a second over of Aaron Jones as Harmeet Singh will bowl his final one.
Prodded away. It's 11 and over. Couple of boundaries and over. Need them or die trying, I think. These kind of fields, it's very difficult to...
Why can't I ask that, Vinny?
You
Tell
got
us
on
that.
to me. So
Who will win? I've just asked in the chat. I just want to know what people are thinking.
Look, I won't tell
Is
you.
there a poll?
No, I will let the chat explain to you. I'll explain to you in a minute, okay? If this is an opportunity to do so.
I was going to say,
It's tongue-in-cheek, by the way. Oh, has that gone through? Has that bowled him? No. Has it flicked the pad? That's been an interesting one.
God, it's missed everything, hasn't it, somehow? Harmeet Singh has done everything but take a wicket in this spell.
The glove work was so quick from Carlos, I thought it actually flicked the stumps. Let's check it out here. No, it goes past, and obviously not a stumping attempt. Well back in his crease. Yeah, just snuck through. Now, Moba takes it on. Gets it outside half of the bat, runs away. We're out of 3 today. Now maybe we will. Not picked up by Jones cleanly.
That side-on angle, Vinny, that explains to you how difficult Harmeet Singh is to play. So the trajectory of that delivery from a short run-up with just 3 strides, he releases it at a point that never goes up above his hand again. So everything is a trajectory coming down towards you, and then it just skids on. So it's very difficult to get underneath if you want to go down the ground. It's close to impossible to sweep. And you're wondering, when you need 10, 12 and over, how do I score against him?
Well, this time Carlos likes it, but I think the foot stays down.
You can get 1s and 2s, but how do you piece together 10, 11, 12 and over? We said Harmeet Singh, you weren't going to be able to take him for 40 off his 4, and he's proven us right.
Toe stayed down just as well for Thacker. But you're right, Harmeet just seems to have that knack. Nagging pace, nagging line, just like that. Has to play from the crease, worked away for 1. So the reason that, I won't say that one who will win comment will get you blocked, but in a lot of our live chat, of course, we literally have millions of viewers around the world.
Yep.
And those in the chat, often what they're hoping for, as we see, it's not quite cow corner, but it's horse corner today, with the field right next to this ground. Repeatedly doing that is considered spamming the chance.
Ah, okay. I feel suitably warned and chastised.
But I just enjoyed that. As we get to the end of the 15th over, that'll be the end of Harmeet Singh. Doesn't take a wicket, but he's very economical. None for 20 off his 4. Canada, 5 overs to make or break. It's 108 for 4.
Serious numbers tuning in live now, Vinny. The highest audience I think we've had of the entire Tri-Series so far here on the European Cricket Network. It's the oldest rivalry in sport. Corey Rutgers nearly imploded when I told him that. He actually said it on air. He said, that can't be right.
Say that again for me?
He couldn't understand how it's the oldest rivalry in international sport.
Well, Corey, you know when they say, I wasn't born yesterday, Corey in cricketing terms was.
I loved it.
I love it. I do love that. From when I was very young, I did a lot of reading on these things, and this is why sometimes when I hear people say things like cricket traditionalists,
yeah, exactly.
And I'm like, so you think we should be rolling the ball along the ground on a bumpy field?
Bowling underarm, yeah.
Have a kind of hockey stick type thing. So you tend to think what you grew up with is one of the way it's always been, but it's a beautiful story.
This is a big roll of the dice now. He's going to go for a second one of Aaron Jones.
Movo likes to get wristy. Goes reverse and he's gone. Jones does it against the double strike. USA up and about. Both set batters gone, and it's 108 for 5.
And that's a jig of delight from Monank Patel, because he thinks this is a tactical masterstroke. Again, Canada getting guilty of probably getting overly complicated against Aaron Jones. He's just bowling these little floaty leg breaks, and Mova tries to get innovative to get it over the head of the two men. Remember, there's two men there, backward point and a man at short third, and Madank Patel, the captain, combines with the vice captain to get a second wicket for Jones. They haven't just broken the partnership, they've sent both of the established batters back, and it's a long, long way home from here now for Canada. They're behind the rate, and they need something special in these final 5 overs as Dylan Hayliger walks out to the crease.
2 reverse sweeps, 2 wickets for Jones, and it's all over for Mova. He'll have to go for 37. 3 boundaries in there. 108 for 5, and they've gone Hayliger here at number 7. What do you think about that choice?
Well, I think they have to get him into the game to try and influence the game. Harsh Thacker, for me, his role in this T20I side, he probably doesn't quite score quickly enough to be able to be coming in at number 6. And, you know, for all the success he's had in ODI cricket, it's been a bit different in the T20I game. Career strike rate 127. That's okay. Hasn't picked up many wickets on this tour in the T20Is either, just 2 to his name across the 4 matches. So he's had a difficult tour. Can he right the wrong? Can Hayliger go big against Jones?
Not yet, but yeah, he's there to have a go, and still batters that can do that. It's amazing. Sudbin so far, we saw him listed at 10. I still think he'll bat higher than that if required, but that rate's gone out past 13 and over required. Hayliger wastes no time, comes down, almost yorks himself here, but he's off the mark.
I know it's only a single, but that for me is a more natural aggression to show against Jones with the pace that he bowls. They're very gentle little leg breaks. There's nothing wrong with them. They absolutely have a place for USA, and done a great little job here for his captain. You're probably not going to get 4 overs from him often, but you don't need to get 4 overs from him often. He didn't bowl in the first 2 games because they had 6 out and out bowlers. He's the one they've chosen as the 6th bowling option today. And Jesse Singh warming up, he'll probably bowl the next one. Canada desperately need a boundary or 2.
Oh, that's up in the air, right back to the line of Jesse Singh, and he'll drop it. I don't think he touches the boundary. Oh, this will be an interesting call. He went close to the line. The first thing is, he probably should have caught it. Just wasn't set with his feet. He's saying he doesn't know. There are a couple of times he goes pretty close to catching the, taking the boundary. Let's have a look at it. Is that foot on the line or not?
Don't think so.
I think from there it's okay. How about here? I think it's going to be no boundary.
Yep.
But still, I mean, Jesse will be pretty disappointing. He doesn't hold on to that. Jones could have had a 3rd.
No, and look, the right decision. They've actually asked us for a bit of help, to be honest, and Jesse Singh. Jesse didn't know, but I think very clearly just 1 run, not a boundary.
Prodded down the ground by Thacker. That'll be the end of 16. Jones gets through a 2nd over. He's got 2 for 8. And the score, 112 for 5.
Been made to look a little bit like the late, great Shane Warne there. 2 overs, 2 for 8. It could have been 2 overs, 3 for 7. Singh should have taken that catch, the 2nd one of the innings that goes down. Another easy one that goes down to Van Schalkwyk guilty, now Singh guilty too. But the big question is going to be, will Madank Patel say, hold on, it's going so well with Jones, do I go 1 more? Pace is surely got to come back on the ball here. 4 overs remain. Canada need an unlikely 57 from 24, but with Hayliger still there, that's not out of the question. It's not out of his compass. It's a very big ball straight down the ground. It's shorter straight to the paddock end. This has to be an over to target from Van Schalkwyk, and it needs to be 15, if not 20.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. You can't imagine them trying to parlay the winnings on Jones into another over, but if you actually remember the lower order from Canada, it was when the Dutch pacers came back that they were able to get 2 very big overs at the end of the innings. They need a big one now, don't they? They still need 57. There's 4 overs remaining.
Are we going to a final over finish here, or will USA close it out before then? Canada, they need big ones here in 17 and 18.
Reaches for this first one. Shy at the stumps and maybe causes an overthrow. They will get 2. Interesting. Do you think it's worth throwing that?
Probably not worth throwing, and a little bit of frustration with Janoy Drysdale down at long on. He's got to be more alive to that. One of the big changes, the big adaptations you've got to make when you come from domestic cricket up to international cricket is the intensity. And the reality is, I don't know why Drysdale's at long on to start with. And then he's got to remember that he's got a role to play even when the ball's hit into the offside.
That's right, yeah.
He has to back up. And rather humiliatingly now, Harmeet Singh, the fielder, has run all the way to long on himself. He's going to send Janoy Drysdale to find out, and Monank Patel will come round.
Been sent to Coventry, hasn't he, after that? Drysdale. And Sharkback. This one will find the new long on fielder, being Harmeet.
Now here's the matchup Canada want. Hayliger so strong down the ground, a shorter straight boundary. And you look, I know they've got protection on the leg side, Vinny, but you look at deep mid-wicket, there's what, 35, 40 yards to what's an old-fashioned cow corner. And then you've got long on, another 40 yards away. There's gaps there for Hayliger to target. Cannot go full here, Van Schalkwyk.
He wants to go leg side here. That is the slightly shorter boundary off the stick as well. And just couldn't quite fetch that one from outside off.
Little leg cutter. Does go full, and Hayliger, he's just guilty of trying to drag it. If he hits that straight, I think he probably gets 4 or 6. But clever skills from Van Schalkwyk, taking the pace off and surprising Dylan Hayliger.
Watch that required rate balloon if we don't get a boundary here in the next few balls.
Everything must go now.
This is where the rubber hits the road for Canada. Hit straight, almost takes out the umpire. Well prowled around by Harmeet. He's been busy since he's been switched to that position.
Not a great piece of running. I thought they should have got 2 there. Half an appeal. A question from Van Schalkwyk as the direct hit at the keeper's end and ends up being affected.
Went to his preferred side actually, so it worked out okay. Maybe that spooked them off that second run. Thacker's got to get a move on as well. He's 9 off 10.
Yeah, 9 off 10 at this stage, and well, how much of this game has changed and turned in those 2 overs from Aaron Jones. Got the 2 big wickets, the 2 set men, both out reverse sweeping. Canada just stumbling, and USA looking to keep their streak going. This would be 9 in a row across ODIs and T20Is if USA can close out this victory.
Oh, God, actually gets the umpire this time.
Oh, he's worn it under the arm.
Yeah, look, I don't think that was going for 4. I don't think he actually hit it that well. Hit it well enough, unfortunately, to knock the ump.
Well, he's smiling, Rizwan Akram, but oh, this is nasty, isn't it? Have a look. Nothing. I think it might have been 4.
I'm not so sure he got it.
So straight.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
3-run save by the umpire.
I think it might have gotten 2. I don't think he belted it. Probably enough to cause a bit of a bruise. That one is belted, and it's going to go many a mile. Maximo for Hayliger.
Well, finally Hayliger does what we thought he would, and that again, I know he's dragged it in the end, but he's trying to hit straight here, Vinny. He's probably trying to go over long on. Bottom hands come through a bit. It's into one of those big gaps. Wouldn't have mattered if there's a fielder there. It's gone miles over the rope. It's a maximum to only just keep Canada in the chase. And listen to the score. It's 1, 2, 3 for 5.
Well, there's something pretty rhythmic about that.
My favourite score in the book.
I will say that if Canada were a 1980 Bee Gees song, they'd be staying alive right now, thanks to that big strike from Dylan. Canada will be done and dusted after this game, and Netherlands will take on USA in match 6 to finish things off. Starts tomorrow exactly the same time as today, same venue as well. Noon GMT, which is 2 o'clock PM in Central Europe. It's 5:30 in India. I will also say that it will be 8 AM on the east coast of North America and 5 AM on the west coast.
Leg spinners union, Vinny. How's Aaron Jones not bowling the 18th? He's been whipped out of the attack. Been the star of the show.
Yeah, America, of course, they got Vegas there, and there's the one rule of Vegas is quit while you're ahead. So Jones can he's sucking in the drinks. He can just say, look, I've done my bit. Over to you, quote unquote bowlers. See if you can finish it off. And
Yasser Mohammad's giving him the drink down at long on. The 2 leg spinners are saying, how are you not bowling here, Aaron?
Jassi Singh, who Jones will be arguing cost him a 3 for, he's come on to replace him over number 18. Big finish required from Canada to stay competitive. Get inside half of the bat on this. Straight to the field, or only 1 run.
Vinny, I think we've a real chance of another super over here. I'm telling you, Canada and USA, they very rarely play out a game that's not a classic. But to get to that super over, Canada are going to need that flying finish that USA got. What did the final over go for? 21, wasn't it? So Hayliger, come on. You've got a medium pacer here, Jesse Singh. You love hitting down the ground. You've got to get a couple out of the screws.
Slow ball, picks it and smashes it.
Massive, Vinny. On your head, Vinny.
Oh, seis carreras. Oh, that was a roofer. He just picked the rolling off cutter and he gave us a real good close-up of that. 6 runs to Canada.
There's a game on here. Hayliger, if he's there for the final delivery, Canada might get over the line. Why have they put the pace back on the ball? Why is Aaron Jones not bowling this over?
Oh, it's the pace off from the pace on and it disappeared.
Well, we've tested the structural integrity of the marquee. It got blown away up in Utrecht.
Rule 1's protect the equipment. I was hiding under the desk. Now gets this one away, slightly inside out. They'll want 2 here. They'll try the 2. Throws wide of the bowler. And that importantly means that Hayliger gets the strike back. And he's been winning this one-on-one battle here in the 18th.
And now the pressure, it piles back onto USA. Said to you, Vinny, these critical overs, the ones that they left to bowl of Singh and Van Schalkwyk, possibly Janoy Drysdale. Surely they should have turned to him for the 18th. I think Singh bowling 18 and 20 was a big, big risk for USA. And Hayliger right now is making them pay. Game on, 37 off 15.
Short takes it on. This is kind of into the hole. They should get an easy 2 here. Fumble coming from Hamid will mean they'll make it easily. This game's taken a turn. I think Canada recognise this situation. They've got to go now or they're going to miss their chance.
Well, all across North America, which side are you on? It's the Derby. It's a game older than sport itself, international sport itself. The oldest of the lot. Started all the way back in 1844 in New York. It's 180 years old next month, Vinny. And we could be serving up another USA v Canada classic for the ages here.
Not there yet. Dylan whips. This will be a tough one to get back for 2. In fact, this time they're happy with a single.
Now Thacker's got to come to the party. Hayliger can't do it all himself. And it's got to be a boundary option here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously T10 cricket they do most of the time. It's so situational. This is one that actually don't want to one here.
2-4-6.
Yeah.
Got to be 2-4-6. And even if you fall, caught it long on, trying to hit a 4 or 6, so be it. There's batting to come.
What's a free hit that's not a free hit? I think this ball for Thacker, he's got to go. Cassie in the dirty 30s. Last ball of his 3rd over. And he almost takes the catch, almost gets collected. They will take the 1. Well, cricket, dangerous game. Umpire cops 1, bowler cops 1, end of 18, 136 for 5.
Let's hope Jesse Singh's all right here, because this is, you cannot call this a drop catch. That's, well, a bit of self-preservation. We've seen an umpire, Rizwan Akram, take a blow. It was off Thacker as well, wasn't it? He's almost hitting 2 straight. And I'm not sure if Jesse, it's his right hand, Vinny.
I think it's actually more the forearm than the hand. I don't think it actually got even the wrist.
I think it's the kind of thumb sort of area.
I mean, obviously we're behind, so we can't really see, but I just thought his hand was a bit further down. Have a look. Comes back right out of the screws, actually.
I think it's a sort of thumb wristy region.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
And as a consequence, he's now gone off. And the youngster, the 17-year-old Utkar Shrivastava, has had to come on as a sub-fielder. It could be unlikely that Jesse Singh's going to bowl 20, which would mean there's only 2 options. It's got to be Janoy Drysdale, which would be the primary option, or maybe, just maybe,
you're saying the curtain call.
Aaron Jones.
Aaron Jones.
Remember, the one time he bowled the 20th over of a T20I, Sikandar Raza smoked him for over 20. That was down in the Queens in Bulawayo in the qualifiers. Zimbabwe beat USA. It was costly that day. Chance at redemption.
Well, all happens in the 19th, and here it comes. And it's a good start from Van Schalkwyk. And just a single there to Thacker, and Hayliger will get the strike back. He's been the main mover and groover here at the end of this innings, giving Canada a shot. Yeah, you got to face your fears, though. We've had some great examples of bowlers here on ECN that have bowled the last over. It's gone very badly, but generally life throws you a second opportunity. You just have to wait.
And here, Hayliger has to say, OK, got to get 2 straight down the ground for 6 in this over. Minimum of 2. And that would then make it, somewhere between 14 and 20 off the final. Needs 2 big ones from these 5 balls.
We'll be going for broke here. Sliced up in the air. Catchable. And taken. So Heiliger's cameo comes to an end on 20. Van Schalkwyk will take the wicket, and Canada 137 for 6.
Well, is that the wicket that swings the game inexorably now towards the United States? It's Mayank Patel, fittingly the captain who's underneath it, who takes the catch. And a great effort from Heiliger. He's got so much power. He's got power to burn, doesn't he? Strike rate 180, but 20 off 11. It's not quite going to be enough, is it? As it's a very unlikely looking 31 now to even get up to the super over. 32 to win from just 10 deliveries. And it probably, with a new man at the crease, is going to be a task too tall. 137 for 6.
Now look who comes to the crease, Akil Kumar. I thought this might be an opportunity. They might throw Sad bin Zafar in. But Akil gets his opportunity, made his debut just yesterday. 10 balls are left in this game. And still 32 required. And that catch important for Mayank Patel. Saves a couple of runs as well. Doesn't have the gloves on in this game, Mayank, but he's still taken a couple of important dismissals. That's Schalkwyk. Sneaks this one in that offside corridor. Another dot ball. And the land creeps further away into the horizon for Canada.
And you have to say it's becoming a mental thing. They've turned into an absolute bogey team. Historically, if you look a decade ago, Vinny, USA couldn't find wins over Canada for love nor money. Canada had, well, the best parts of a couple of decades of domination over them. But it's been a very different thing in 2024 in particular.
Lifted up in the air. Jones pulls the ripcord.
Well, the only solution now is for Thacker to get 2 out of the screws down the ground. You can see him trying to ready himself to hit straight and find 6-6 to make it 18 for the super over from the final over. This has to be bang bang, Vinny, and Thacker hasn't really shown any likelihood as being able to get one over the rope.
Van Schalkwyk has been brilliant here. Just keeping it one side of the wicket. Saying, right, ball's in your court, batter. Do something with it. Thacker hasn't really had the answers so far. A boundaryless 13. And really needs a miracle to pull it out from here. Does hit it. That fielder will take the catch. And there sums it up, really. Just couldn't get anything going. It's going to be Kenjige that takes the catch. And Van Schalkwyk has been brilliant in the 19th. All happening for USA, who look to be cruising now.
Well, I'm not sure how Kenjige has caught this. He has not got into any kind of a correct position or a likely position to catch it. And he's ended up with his hands all trapped up and caught up. And a combination of his hands and his chest means he holds on. Thacker, well, he's not at a T20I series to remember. There'll be better days ahead for the 26-year-old. Still has a very bright future. But ultimately, it's Van Schalkwyk's experience. He's looking for the wide block hole, doesn't hit the Yorker, but does enough to not allow Thacker to get it down the ground where he was always going to try and hit for 6. And the score falls to 138 for 7.
I think he was just looking straight into the teeth of the sun then as well, so you probably didn't see a lot of it. Even when you've got those dark glasses on, when you're looking directly into the sun on a clear day like today, yeah, it is tough. And that's why he's kind of almost shielding his eyes, but does take the catch. Here is Sad bin Zafar, who was player of the match yesterday. Be the miracle of all miracles if he could create a finish here. It does remind me of Tim Pringle on this ground, actually, against Ireland for the Netherlands, forcing a finish from an unlikely position. But anyway, it's been a brilliant close by Shadley. Still wonder who might get that last over. But, well, PJ has an interesting comment in the chat saying, Canada, nice guys, always finishing second. Well, wasn't true yesterday, but looks like it's going to be true today. Block hole there. Squeezes past the bowler. And so Saad will keep the strike, but as we say, it'll have to be a supersonic finish. 30 required for the win. Canada fading away, 139 for 7.
And all that momentum that Canada had, they were ahead at points of this chase. They really were. There's no doubt about that. Maybe not in terms of the kind of over by over comparison, but with 7 wickets in hand, with 10 runs required per over, They will have felt that with 2 set men at the crease, they should have closed it out. But what a piece of captaincy from Mayank Patel to get Aaron Jones into the attack. And when that leg spinner came in, he's completely changed the dynamic, and the chase has just collapsed.
Yeah, great option to be able to go to. Hey, just before we go, of course, last over coming up, but I want to encourage everyone, if you are watching on YouTube, to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel, because we have so much live cricket going on right now. Even if you are watching on Willow TV in North America, you can still look up ECN European Cricket Network and follow us, because you get about 3,500 hours of live cricket a year, and we'd love for you to be part of the community. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Not a bad offer, that.
It's not too bad. And I often say, if you don't like it, I'll give you double your money back. That's the Mr.
Double
Maximo.
free.
That's the
Double free.
That's
okay.
the Mr. Maximo guarantee.
main
So
man.
yeah, become part of the community.
How can you not love it?
We'd love to have you. Let's get going. Last over. And they do go back to Jassy, who's back on the field. 30 required. Not going to happen. But USA looks like they are still in with a chance of winning the series, and we have kind of the final match being a final tomorrow.
Yeah, it kind of will. It's going to be a straight shootout, because the reality is we're not going to have any rain interruptions, which is great to see. Talk about it being maybe one of the hottest days of the summer tomorrow. At the very tail end of it, a little Indian summer to the feel at the end of August. And I think that, well, USA, if they can turn up again, they'll quite fancy their chances.
Middle under edge. This will run away to the boundary, but the consolation runs now. Chassis probably hasn't had the greatest day out. Has probably a sore hand, sore wrist. And he's moved him into the naughty 40s now off his 4 overs.
Yeah, a bit surprised by Janoy Drysdale only being used for 2 overs and in a different role, but that's a bit situational, I guess. I think it's just Mayank Patel's reading of the pitch, and you can't argue with the 2 replacement overs. 2 overs, 2 for 8 from Aaron Jones. That's ended up shifting those scales over towards the USA.
So Canada, all things considered, I know you've been here for their whole journey, and this is their the last time we'll see them in action. What's your analysis?
Been a really disappointing tour for them. You think of the momentum that they had coming from Dubai with those 4 wins, including 2 over Scotland, the champions of Cricket World Cup League 2, and those ODIs in the DSC. 2 wins over UAE there too. Okay, a tricky series against USA, but they were missing a few players. There was no Kalim Sana for that 5-match series in Prairie View in Texas that they lost 4-0. But then with the World Cup result, okay, they got the big win over Ireland, but I'd be disappointed to have lost to their old rivals USA. There's a little bit of something mental going on there with this rivalry. USA just seem to have the wood over Canada, whatever the situation. And I guess what Cricket Canada are going to have to look at now is, okay, who's now our coach going forward? Will it be Karam Chauhan, who's been the coach for this tour? Do we have enough time to change anything before the Cricket World Cup League 2 series that starts on September 16th on home soil?
Far away. This one won't be a wide because it moved so far across and it only just missed the leg stump.
And there's loads of good things and positive things still happening in Canadian cricket, there's no doubt. But maybe just a little bit of a speed bump or a roadblock for this tour. I think losing 7 from 8, Vinny, you can't really argue they deserve to win many more games than that. To be honest, it was somewhat miraculous they won yesterday. So also the captaincy position, does Curtin, is he the answer going forward? Does he want to do it?
Last ball coming up, it's skewed away, kind of into the gap. As we'll see, Nitish run around, keep that to 2, and that will do it. 20 runs the margin in the end. USA 168, Canada 148, and as you mentioned, the United States of America just keep the wood on their northern neighbours.
Well, chalk it up, make it 9-0 across the T20Is and the ODIs. It's a long streak, isn't it, between 2 sides that are usually ever so competitive with each other. You look at that final over in the first innings, Vinny, whether it was an errant piece of captaincy in terms of not having enough fielders in the circle, or whether one of the fielders let himself down. That brought about a no ball. It helped spark a 21-run final over off Dylan Hayligger. And then as a consequence, you've ended up with a position whereby Yet again, USA are celebrating victory over their nearest rivals. They love beating Canada, and they've kept it all alive in terms of their hopes for the Tri-Series tomorrow. They'll have to beat a very fine Dutch side on home soil. They'll have had the rest day today. It won't be easy, but it's in essence a grand finale tomorrow.
Put it in your calendar, set your alarm, do whatever you have to do, but we'll be back with match 6, which will determine who wins this series. It starts at noon GMT, which is 2 o'clock in Central Europe, 5:30 p.m. in India. It's 8 a.m. if you're on the east coast of North America. That's 5 o'clock if you're on the west coast. So either stay up or get up early. It's your choice, but make sure you catch us for Netherlands versus USA to find out who will win this Dutch T20I Tri-Series. Let's go and have a look. And yeah, it was an interesting start, wasn't it? No good for Johnson, who makes a pair, because second ball duck yesterday, today just swings across that one. Didn't want to take Kenjige down the ground, but that did bring Bajwa to the crease. And from the very first ball, he was smashing them. That, for me, was probably the shot of the day. Just kind of timed that one effortlessly for 6, but ultimately, Canada falling short.
Yeah, he played quite a few good strokes, didn't he? A big surprise, Van Schalkwyk dropping a simple catch down at long off. This was the calamity. What a mix-up and a run-out it was. It almost needed a photo finish at the striker's end as Harmeet Singh whipped the bails off and the two batters remonstrated with each other. Poor old Kanwat Warpal Tathgor had a disastrous start, then Nitish Kumar leapt to take a very good catch. Bajwa persisted along his merry way, and he got a lot of help from Sherius Mova, who continued to have an excellent tour here in the Netherlands. While they were still there, the game was looking to veer towards the men in red, but soon after the introduction of the leg spinner, it changed absolutely everything.
Sure did, and once again, we've seen some middle order batters coming out just struggling to even hit that run of ball pace. So if you're not getting that out of your recognised bats, then it's probably not going to end too well. It didn't end too well, did it there for Bajwa, who thought he got a scratch on that. Umpire didn't see it. If it wasn't, it was Prime LBW. He had to go for 56, and then not too long after, Monak Patel was able to get Mova for 37. This was a bit of a funny one, but Jassy wasn't laughing as he was able to stop the boundary, but really should have taken the catch. They sent out Heiliger there to try and move things along, and he certainly tried his hardest, but the game had just crept out of control by this stage. And even though he gave us a good close-up look at that one, which ended up on our commentary box, it just wasn't to be. And late in the piece, USA were able to close things out. And, well, Canada, it's an interesting one, wasn't it? They end up going by 20 runs, which probably is a fair margin, I think, all things considered. And Canada, unfortunately for them, they'll end their Dutch experience in just the manner that they've played most of it, with only the one win across the two formats. 56 for Bajwa. Played some delightful shots, didn't he? 41 balls, including 2 Maximo 6-4s for him. Mova with 37, Heiliger with 20 late in the piece, but Tucker the 13 off 15 at a time. They're looking to accelerate. He just wasn't able to. And USA, they ended up having the answers with the ball.
Yeah, the surprise hero, Aaron Jones, 2 for 8 with the ball, but look at the 10 overs of spin, Vinny. Collectively, that is where the game was won. 10 overs between Nosh Kenjige, Harmeet Singh and Aaron Jones. Those 10 overs, 4 for 50 was all that Canada could make from them, and that ended up tilting the balance heavily in favour of the United States of America. They are going to take it all down to the final match tomorrow as to who's going to win this T20I Tri-Series. And poor old Canada, they just cannot find a way to beat their North American rivals of late.
Well, plenty of time to think about it, won't they? So 20 runs between the US and Canada. I just want to quickly finish by saying big thank you to all the viewers out there. I think it's been great to actually see a completed game in the T20 between these two. Obviously, we were robbed of a second innings the other night. But yeah, the USA, we knew whoever won would be in a position to win the series. USA, they kept the dream alive.
Yeah, look, I think they've, in fairness to them, they've managed to rally the troops. They took a day off yesterday. They didn't train at all. They all went up to Amsterdam. And sometimes that team bonding and that togetherness on tours like this is actually more important than going and hitting some balls. Every single one of the travelling party went up to Amsterdam after a horror show performance. They were beaten out of sight by 102 runs just 48 hours ago. That's the topsy-turvy nature of T20I cricket. And who knows, they might just challenge that very impressive Dutch side tomorrow. If they piece together all the best aspects of their cricket, there's no doubt they can beat the Netherlands. But remember, Vinny, they've never beaten them in any official international.
Yeah, that's going to be super interesting. Level. I think at this stage the training's pretty much been done. If anything, they needed a bit of a mental reset going into these last two games, and they came up with the goods today. But it was a really interesting game. I thought it had ebbs and flows. I think both teams were ahead at some point in the game, but USA eventually ran out winners, and they will play off essentially with Netherlands for the Tri-Series trophy tomorrow night. Let's have a look at the start time there, of course. It's noon GMT, 2 o'clock in Central Europe and 5:30 in India. As I mentioned, if in case you missed it, it's 8 a.m. if you're on the east coast of North America and 5 a.m. on the west coast. Finally, I just want to remind people one more time, it'd be great if you could like the video, subscribe to the channel ECN European Cricket Network. Thanks for everyone for their interactions. Don't forget our social media at European Cricket, and you can check out our website, europeancricket.com. There's cricket on right now in Austria. If you haven't had enough, I think there's still the last innings of the day to go. And we're trying to break our golden ball streak, which is over 100 games now without a golden ball.
It's coming. It's coming.
Great working with you again.
Always, mate. We're going to see you all tomorrow.
We'll see you tomorrow. Here's some of the best bits of Match 5. It's the Stars and Stripes that come out on top. We'll see you tomorrow right here in the Netherlands. For now, it's hasta mañana.